make mistakes here. We just have happy accidents.
This is VP4 TV. Here is a list of scheduled upcoming matches in this year's VP4 2022 World 10-Ball Championship. I will try and stream as many matches as I can, although time zone differences will be an issue. I must thank those players who take this into consideration when arranging their matches. Please subscribe to my YouTube and Twitch channels to join in the stream chat.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
Your assignment tonight is strategic. You can't give the enemy a break. Send them to hell.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, good morning, whatever time of day it is. I've missed all the names that's there, but welcome to Chico, welcome to Slim, welcome to Bedhead, welcome to Wrecked, whatever it was there, welcome to Brainful Out, welcome to Semi-Pro, I think I saw there. You know you are talking over your intro music. Yes, of course. It's like a continuity announcer, Bedhead. Look up continuity announcer. Anyway, we have two winner's side matches today. Unfortunately, the crossover. The first one we're going to be doing is the one at the top of the hour, which is Mr. Fox. Again, these names are too long, so I had to just type them in. Fantastic Mr. Fox from the UK and Interchange X from the USA. They're going to go at the top of the hour, as I said. And then after that, we have another winner's side match. Columbus versus Bankster. Bankster, who gets good use of that Moneyball handicap and Friday Night 9-ball. We'll see what happens in 10-ball, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that match when it starts. And the other matches now, the thing is, there's been matches happening today that I'm totally lost as to what's been happening. But as far as I know, Sylvia was playing this morning. There was a couple of matches while I was at work because Sylvia's opponent was, if I'm right in thinking, was Paul, wasn't it? Or something like that. I'm not even sure. I can't remember. And I'm trying to find it on the bracket. There we go. That was a match that was this morning at 10 AM. Paul won that match against Sylvia 17-12. So she's over on the one-loss side. And Sylvia wants to get this over with ASAP because she's arranged her one-loss side match tonight as well. Let's see where that is in the bracket. Hang on. Yeah, she's now scheduled to play Chico at 8 PM tonight. So we're again going to have to just keep an eye on updates and the scores. Back to the main page. So we've got the first match, Columbus. There's also a match that clashes at 7 PM with the Columbus Bankster match, and that is the one loss side match between Snake Eyes and Big, so we'll need to keep an eye on that one. And then so there's 4 matches going to be running more or less at the same time, but I've decided to focus on the top 2 winner side matches, but we'll take it as it comes. We don't know how things are going to pan out. We will use our judgment when we come to it. Hang on a second, I'm just going to tab out and have a quick look. Right, so we are about to go. Good evening to Steve, good afternoon to Steve.
Good afternoon.
Right, we'll do a little intro. If I can remember what one it is, hang on a second.
Welcome to VP4 TV. You're watching a Tactical Genius production. Please welcome your commentary team for this match, 9ball.com and Super Admin aka Steve Chapman, CEO and President of Celeris, Inc. Good luck to both players and have a good one.
Wrong button again. Right, so we have these two matches. There's 4 matches on today, Steve, just in case you don't know. These two on the winner's side that we're going to focus on. The first one with Mr. Fox and Interchange X, and then there's another one an hour later. Well, let me just bring that one up. Hang on a second to remember where they're from. We've got Columbus, who according to his flag is from Turkey, and Bankster, according to his flag, he's from Kuwait. So we've got an international setup for our matches today. And as I say, we'll decide what we're going to stick with and what we're going to go with, depending on how things are going. But this should be an interesting one. I think these two players might be fairly evenly matched in terms of skill and ability.
Yeah, that was my impression. Although I've seen Fox play more in Interchange X, but I know Interchange X is a good player. And speaking of Kuwait, there's a couple real strong pool players in real life from Kuwait. You would not think that Kuwait would be producing good players. One of them I've met, Omar Al-Sheen. He's the better known one. He's a little older. But then there's Badr Al-Awadi, who is also, if you guys watch the European pool, both those guys play in it.
I've heard of both of those names. Mr. Fox still isn't here, by the way, and we're right knocking on the door at the top of the hour.
I can't imagine he wouldn't show up, but
I notice also, in case you guys haven't checked the bracket, I noticed Mal has forfeited his second match. It might have been forfeited last night. I'm not aware that it was, but I noticed today it is. So he's not going to be taking part in the tournament. And obviously, if there was issues with his father's health, well, we wish him a speedy recovery if that's the case. Right, so we'll go to the tournament tab and have a quick look. This might be a damp squib to start the evening.
Yeah, it's not up yet.
So, Steve.
Evening, Mark.
Welcome to Mark. The league went fine last night. The buttons all worked, the little buttons to jump into the rooms. The only complaint we had, and it was noticeable, and perhaps you could maybe shed a bit of light on it, there seemed an awful lot of lag for the guys. There was nothing for me, I was fine. But the guys that were playing, the queue was disappearing for periods at a time, and we had a problem with a room where I think it was Larry, his camera was all over the shop. He couldn't get himself fixed when he was playing Slim. So there was funny things happening last night.
Obviously, I was not there. I didn't see any reason for lag. I mean, I took a look at the server logs. I didn't see anything. The server wasn't restarted or anything, and it seems to be okay now. So I'm not sure what was going on. There's a possibility on our end that we had a DOS attack at the data center. That happened once before that kind of slowed things down. But I didn't have any notification of it from the data center, so I'm not sure what happened. I mean, the best thing to do, and I say this over and over and over and over again, and nobody ever does it, is do a trace route and send it to me. Because if I go to the data center and I say, we're having problems on the network, that's the first thing they ask me, give us a trace route. So I can't do that for you. You have to do it yourself.
Yeah, but I mean, thereby lies the problem, Steve, where certain people, i.e. me, haven't a bloody clue what you're talking about and how to go about it. So that's where 90% of the people are lost.
I mean, every time I've sent people information about doing that, I've told them how to do it, and nobody ever does it. So,
right. Well, more important matters after that. This room is up. Interchange X is in. No sign of Mr. Fox.
well, I mean, as long as we're on the subject, we might as well finish it. Okay. All you have to do is bring up a Windows prompt and type in trace RT, TRACER TR.
TRACER
T. It's trace route. TRACERT. RT is short for route. On Linux, it's actually trace route, but on Windows, it's trace RT.
I can't get anything good on. I'm putting it in the search window. That's the wrong place, isn't it? See, I don't even know what I'm doing.
You have to start a command prompt.
Oh, the thingamajigger thing, right? See what you mean, an administrator mode. So that's CMD, isn't it, to bring that up?
You don't need to be in administrator mode. And then you do trace RT and then Solaris.com.
Right, hang on a minute.
And it will do an output, and then you email that to VP4 at Solaris.com. That is the only way I can go to the data center and say, hey, we're having problems.
That worked. I've got tracing route to Solaris.com and then the IP number over a maximum of 30 hops. And
you'll see quite a few hops. I mean, from me, from my office to the servers, it's 22 hops.
Well, this is going 9, 10, and loads of.
It takes a little while to do this.
Yeah, loads of milliseconds.
That's the time it's taken for the. There's a time it takes to.
Well, Mr. Fox has appeared. That's the good news.
It's a cumulative time for the hops. So, yeah, if I get that, then I can go to the data center and they can look at the network. I can tell you this already, though. Unless everybody is having problems, then it's usually not going to be the data center. I mean, it's very common for us to see problems in Europe coming offshore. Sometimes it's regional. We've seen problems in the UK with BT. A lot of times it's coming offshore. If it's everybody, then it's probably the data center. I'm
laughing, Steve, because Mr. Fox has come into the room and he says, "Hi, do me a favour, just wait a minute for the kettle to boil." So we have. You've got to get your priorities right. He's waiting on a cup of coffee and a cup of tea, so he's going to get himself prepared.
You got to have your tea. The English, they got to have their tea, and I understand that. I mean, I love tea, but I don't, kind of do the afternoon tea thing like the English do. But I have my coffee in the afternoon. I usually have tea after dinner.
Right, this trace route thing's finished. It says trace complete. It did 17, and there's loads of there's 3 of them are request timed out, but I think that's because I tabbed out.
No, that's not. That's because some won't give you the information, so that's fine. They're just hiding information on those.
Right. It said there's one of them that says, number 5 says 12 milliseconds, 15 milliseconds, 12 milliseconds, core 2 hub 12-0-1, then Collindale UK, Collindale.ukcore.bt.net, and then an IP number, and then there's other sort of power7.et or -et.4 or -4-0-4 telehouse ukcorebt.net. Now that's because I'm with BT, and then it goes on about London and stuff like that. So I haven't a clue what it means, but it worked, whatever it does.
Well, it's just, it's showing the time taken for each hop.
Right, he's in now. We're good to go,
But
Mister.
see, this is, I mean, very few of you guys understand how the internet works, and you know, this is really a good clue. And when I say this, people they don't ever believe me. But every single one of those hops that's going through another piece of equipment, all you have to do is have one piece of equipment that drops something, like it gets overloaded and drops something, and you're going to lose your connection. And that's one of the reasons why it's just kind of fragile. And depending on how good your network is in your local neighborhood, it can really vary as far as the reliability of it. So you can go look this up and read about it, but you can just see the number of hops it takes to get someplace, that it's going through a lot of different pieces of equipment, and they're all potential problems.
Well, was you
All
not
right.
was you not in VP3? What Interchange X was there when you were in VP3? Surely.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, on a first-person shooter, it's a lot more important to have short hop times. I mean, the slower the response, the bigger disadvantage you're at.
The more you die, what basically Steve was saying, and I found that to be the case. I'm just crap at first-person shooters.
Well, the thing is I've done a lot of work with the internet, not just on virtual pool, but I did streaming and other stuff like that. And I can tell you that the dark fiber, which is the big lines of core, is very reliable. The biggest issue is always in the local neighborhoods, because the ISP providers, everybody has an ISP, that's your internet service provider. Like over there, I think BT is one of them.
Yeah.
So those companies always oversell the neighborhoods, and sometimes they don't have the best equipment. And that's most likely where there's going to be problems, because they've oversold the bandwidth 3 or 4 to 1. Now that's improved as time's gone on, as the fiber's gone in and equipment's gotten better. But there's a lot of places in this world where it's not that wonderful, especially if you live in rural areas.
Well, that's an impressive start for Mr. I keep saying Mr. Fault, Mr. Interchange X, because it's a break and run as far as I can see.
Yeah, and that's
how you want to start.
If you're breaking and running a lot, and honestly, I'm a little surprised the break and run percentages aren't higher among the good players. In the real world, and I'm not saying it should be the same, because I can tell you right now, just watching people play, nobody on virtual pool plays virtual pool as good as the top players in real life. And part of that may be the game and the visual. A lot of that, though, is just making bad decisions, playing the wrong shot, wrong pattern. So it's probably a combination of things. But in real life, playing 10 ball, the good players break and run about 30% of their racks. Now that's not a firm fixed number, because obviously sometimes the table breaks easier than other times, and it varies. But I mean, 30%'s a pretty common number for a guy like a Shane Van Boning. 20% would be very common for most good players. So I don't think we're seeing that here, are we, Hugh? Do you remember what the stats were for the break and runs?
The short answer is no. We'll have a look at them later on.
Yeah, we can look at that later. But I mean, I'm just bringing that up because it's true. If you're breaking and running on people, it makes it tough. And here's Interchange X. He just made a mistake on this 3-ball. Now, I think he can pull this back to the side rail. There's enough room here. You got to hit it with left English, and you've got to hit it into the left side of the pocket. But I believe he can draw this back and spin it off the rail.
It's pretty close.
It's close, but I believe he can.
If he gets this wrong, then he tries to draw. He could scratch.
He could roll forward and take the cut. What
could-
was that?
he
Oh,
could-
he tried to.
I said it,
He tried-
Steve. I said it. He could scratch. Looking at that angle, he was going at.
Well, I wasn't talking about doing that. I was
Yeah,
talking about drawing it back to the same side of the side pocket.
Yeah, but if you notice when he was lined up there, he had bottom left on it. But the angle he had, I don't think was great to do the shot you were talking about.
I think it would go, but you had to hit it just right. He wasn't trying to do that. I mean, he didn't put a lot of draw on it. I mean, you had to draw the crap on it and not hit it too hard so it didn't go sideways too much. But you're using the throw on the from the English to help straighten the shot out. I know on my table that I practice on, I could have shot that shot. On this table, it might be a little too slippery. It might be hard to get by the side pocket. But regardless, he decided another tact, and the choice he made wasn't that bad. He had the Q-tip a little too low.
Well, all the potential mourners coming to pay respect to the Queen, who's lying in state at Westminster Hall, have been told don't come because the queues that are still there, they think that any more coming are going to get locked out at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. So anybody that's thinking of going, they've told them not to bother going anymore because the queue was 5 miles long. The waiting time was like 16 hours standing in a queue. Unbelievable.
Well, this pool is just like golf in some senses. Like if you ever notice in golf, the good players, they don't hit as many bad shots, but then when they do, they recover better. So,
well, considering that's all they do, Steve, every day, morning, noon, and night, either on the practice tees, it's all they do. They live for it. They breathe for it.
You could do that morning, noon, and night. You wouldn't play like them.
No, you have to have the ability as well.
All I'm saying is that it accumulates because not only do they. I'm not sure what the hell that shot was.
No,
that's making me think Fox is going to win this because that was a terrible shot. I
don't know what he was trying to do, though. I mean,
that was crazy.
I mean,
but what I'm saying is it's the same in pool. The good players don't get out of line as much, but when they do, they're also better at recovering. So we saw Interchange X get out of line and then not recover.
That'll do. That's it.
Well,
that was a good recovery.
That worked. I mean, that is an excellent shot.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy bank with it frozen on the rail like that. Most players are going to bank that short. That was really well struck.
Welcome to Tommy. Welcome to Spud Boy.
Hey, Tommy. Hey, Spud Boy. So, I'm thinking Fox is the favorite after seeing that crazy shot from the 9 to 10 by Interchange X. I don't know what happened there. Maybe he's using a trackball and he did a Larry. That was just a bizarre shot.
Well, he's had a ball in the break. 8 balls gone on the 1, but he's going to have to run this a fair bit. Well, he's got a good angle, but I don't think he's going to have a shot. Oh, hang on a minute, wrong button. I'm using this donut again, Steve, because I have to keep using this donut. You see what I'm doing, Steve?
Well, why don't you set up the momentary? Why don't you set up the user momentary? I did. You'll get at least one out of it.
Yeah, I used to do that, and then I lost it when I had to reinstall VP4, and then I couldn't be bothered setting it again.
Well, if you can't be bothered setting it, then it can't be that important because you could have at least one view.
Oh, right. Now, he's on the 3 one way or another.
That's like the guy that's asking for, Jameson whiskey in the bar. How come you don't have this here? You guys should get it. And then when you get it, he doesn't drink it.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of getting in that category when you don't use what's already there and just ask for more of the same thing.
So
Interchange X is an American. I guess that's a picture of him. Although online you never know. But that's not a guy that I know.
Well,
I figured he probably plays pool.
it's an old picture because it's in black and white, so he must be in his 80s. This guy.
Well, you don't know that. Heck, it could be a woman. The way this is going online now.
Well, Mr. Fox is going to have to get himself in gear here, but I don't think he's really had a shot yet, has he?
Yeah, he has, and he didn't get out. He had one chance. I don't know what's going on with Interchange X. Now all of a sudden he's looking more solid again. Let's see how he plays this.
This is going to end up square.
Yeah, that's not bad. He came up a little short on it, but that's the way I would have played it too, because it's just a natural line to get straight in the side.
3-0.
All right, he's just breaking from dead on and not even moving the cue ball.
Oh, the 3 ball was heading in, then it kicked the 4 in.
So this is you can potentially carom this 9 ball. It's a little tricky though because of the double kiss coming back, but I think it will go. I think you might have to masse it just a touch to get it to go. He's not even going to try it, or he did try it and double kissed. That was pretty sensitive, getting it to move over before it double kissed. I think he did try to play the little billiard shot there. Well, this is sitting pretty good here. If he can get this in, he'll be on the 2. But boy, that's yeah, good shot. This is tough because
good bank and good luck getting the 3.
Well, the problem here is it's doable, but you have to hit the 10. And if you hit the wrong side of the 10, well, you have to hit the 10. If you get on the outside of the 10, you got no shot. So you either have to hit it hard enough to move it, or you have to hit the side of it that bumps it into the 3. I think from this angle, it can be done if you hit this 2 really well. It's going to be a lot of draw and a lot of left. And he chose not to do that, and that's probably smart. Maybe he's going to play this carom here, or billiard. This, I don't think will go.
I think he needs to try and get away from that 3 ball. Well, that'll do.
Yeah, that was a good shot, because that billiard wasn't going to go. He was going to get the double kiss. Well, this is an interesting shot. He does have a safety here. Let's see if he sees it. This is the right shot. Now, you can get safe if you hit this right.
This might go in off the... Is he called the 3? It might go in off the 6. That's what he's tried.
Well, see, I thought he hit it too hard. That was the safety, but you wanted to hit it at a speed that the 3 went behind the 10 and 8. I didn't think he could make it, but I thought, if you got the cue ball to stop, you could get 3 behind the 10 and the 8. Well, here we go again with Interchange X having a pretty open table, and other than that one aberrant shot, he's been very solid, so I would expect he's going to run out here.
Yeah, it's already running away for Mr. Fox early on here.
Well, the further behind you get, it is a race to 17, so he's still got time, but he's going to have to start doing something, because even early on, as soon as you get 6 or 7 games down, it's a long road.
He's running forward. Yeah, he's managed to. I think he checked that cue ball there.
Well, that was the right way to shoot it.
Yeah.
That was definitely the right way to shoot it. There's not a whole lot that can go wrong there. You just got to understand that, if you hit that with enough pace and some English, it's going to come up off and check there. That's the thing about good players, is they understand how to make angle when there's not a lot of angle. Like, he needed to have angle there to get to the side rail and come back out at an even steeper angle, and he understood how to shoot the shot. A lot of people would think, well, I can't do that, when it's definitely possible. I see this all the time in real life. Is somebody gets just a little out of line, they've got a little funny angle, and They don't know what to do. They don't understand how to move the cue ball. Good players understand how to make angle where there isn't one or isn't much.
Yeah, that's part of the game. Solutions to problems. Sometimes the problem's not quite as difficult as you first think when you look at it. But if you know the techniques and what you can do with the cue ball to affect the line of that cue ball, then that's how you stay at the table and keep potting balls.
Well, I'll tell you, that's one of the things Efren was magical at, is changing angles. I've seen him do some amazing things. And, a lot of players don't know that. And I'm talking about good players. I had a player who was a champion. I mean, this guy was a bona fide champion. I mean, he won some big tournaments. Like he double dipped Earl Strickland in a tournament, beat him twice. And this was when Earl was playing good. So, I mean, this guy could really play. And we were screwing around one day, and I had this shot. I shot the shot. And he stopped me and he goes, "How did you do that?" He goes, "That's impossible." And there was a shot I knew how to hit to make angle that he didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Efren knew it. I mean, that was one of the guys I'd learned it from, was watching Efren. But here's a guy that was a pro pool player, that was a good player, that won some big tournaments, and he didn't know a shot I hit for making angle, and it really surprised me. Let's see what he does here. Is he going to go forward, or is he just going to try to bump this easy? This is tricky because going forward, the 9 ball is in the way.
If he goes forward with right,
the 9's in the way. It's tricky. Yeah, I think that was a smart play there. He's coming out of it bad, but I think he hit it right. He just hit it too hard. Normally you would go forward with that, but it was just too much traffic. He did the right thing and just hit it a teeny bit too hard.
So the last two shots, the last two visits that Mr. Fox has had, he's just been playing a kick. He hasn't had a shot, so he might have a chance here to get on the board.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very difficult kick. Now, he could kick this in. He can't hit this too hard because it won't open up enough if he hits it too hard. Oh, and he played it beautifully.
Well, that's unlucky.
He just need a little too more pace. Well, I mean, that's a pretty low percentage shot, but So there he hit 2 shots in a row the right way and just, didn't come out with it. And that's what's tough about pool is, you can do the right thing. And I think he just misjudged that 5-6 a little. I mean, obviously he made a mistake there, but, the big mistake would have been doing the wrong thing. I mean, he just hit it a little too hard, which is easy to do.
Welcome to my fellow team member, Popman.
Yeah, I agree with you, Slim. I've seen Fox play some fantastic VP. I mean, he is a good player. He is a little streaky. He's one of these guys that when he's on,
he blows hot and cold. Yeah.
Yeah, when he gets it rolling, and you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. If you know that about yourself, then when you get down like this, you're not going to be upset. You're not going to start pressing. You're just going to, accept it. And, I've got the same problem in real life. I struggle with my consistency, but the thing that's helped me the most was just realizing that if I just wait for it to come to me instead of trying to force it, that, I got a lot better chance of something good happening. And, it's the same thing in VP. If things are going bad, just keep doing the same thing. Don't get down and just, wait for it to come to you.
Now, did he cut this one, or did he duck off the one back behind the 9 and the 6?
I would probably cut this one. As long as you're confident of coming around that 6, 9, 10, I would cut it. If you're not confident, then you might want to duck. I mean, this comes down to how well you control the cue ball. And he's going to go on the back of it, and that's a good shot. I mean,
that's a good start. 3 ball wide open, 4 into the side, 5 into the top left-hand corner. Now, can he drop through the 5 for the 6? That's tight.
Well, I mean,
he's going to.
I don't think the 6 ball goes. He's going to have to move it.
Yeah, it's. I don't think he can get enough of it.
Yeah, and getting on the 5 in a position where you can move it, I think the best angle is to have a little angle back into the long rail, and because that way, if you can use some English to adjust the angle if you're not quite right, and then try to run into the 6-ball.
Well, he's the other side.
Yeah. Okay.
So
no, this is perfect. No, this is what you want. This is the angle you want.
Oh, I thought you were
go to the long rail.
I thought you were talking about this rail. You're talking about that rail. No, he's trying to get it. I'm not convinced.
Think this went, but maybe it does. You're going to have to throw it. It's going to have to be a lot of left English here because it's not going straight. I don't think
that does not go. I can tell you right now.
I think it may with a lot of left English, and I don't think it goes without English. And I see guys shoot the shot on VP and they don't put English on. It's like, why? I mean, the English is only going to help you. Okay, he's playing safe, I think. And that's a good save.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it's not.
Got away. Well, it was the right safe. He didn't quite get him on the 10 the way he wanted to, but, it's...
It had to be tight in the 10. If it was tight in the 10, he was laughing. He would have missed a box in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a shot that you expect him to mess up the execution on, but, anytime you're drawing the ball like that with touch, it can get away.
Welcome to Cobra. Now I'm going to start winding Semi-Pro up again now that he's back in the chat. Are you going to play every week, Semi-Pro? Don't you trust your players in your team like I do and sit back and let them do the hard work? No, are you going to play every week? 3 weeks in a row for Semi-Pro. I just sit in the bleachers and let my guys do the business.
Well, that's pretty good. I didn't shoot for league. Everything went good except for people having some lag issues, which... It
went pretty good last night. I mean, I'm talking in terms of the length of time. I think it did. A couple of the matches dragged on a bit. Overall, it lasted about 2 hours and was it about 2 hours and 20 odd minutes, maybe. Good afternoon.
I think the time before Rob right around 2.
Oh, were you? Tommy never turned up. I see. Right, so Tommy's getting the blame. I agree with you there. You've got to rely on your players turning up, Semi-Pro. Can't have these part-timers. What about Z Karaoke last night, Steve? He's a team captain. Where was he? Nowhere to be seen. And he was supposed to be playing. And who else was missing last night? Is that who? I can't remember. Somebody in the chat will remember.
Well, does Z Karaoke have a co-captain?
I haven't a clue. Oh, that was the thing we were talking about, Steve.
I mean, they didn't forfeit, right?
Yes, they did. Yeah, they forfeited all of his matches.
To be playing?
Yes, his matches.
He was supposed to be playing. Yeah, that's why you need a co-captain. That's why you need enough players. You need a co-captain. I tried to let everybody kind of know that, and he does have enough players. He's got 5 players. I bet he doesn't have a co-captain.
He probably doesn't.
Well, it's going to be a live and learn thing.
Here's a problem for you to maybe either come up with a yes or no answer in terms of a solution. When we're in watching a player or watching a match last night, in the HUD in the top left-hand corner, obviously when a doubles match is on, you've got an abbreviation for the 2 players' names because the 2 names don't fit in the top of the HUD. Like, for example, if Interchange X and Fantastic Mr. Fox were playing together as a doubles team, it would show up as Interchange X and Mr. Right? You see what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
Right. So in the league, for example, would it be possible to have, say, for example, Popman up in the top left of the HUD and a slash to the right of his name, and instead of obviously a partner, it would have something like VP4 TV to tell us what team he's in, because half the time last night I hadn't a clue whose team was playing.
Interesting.
And I'm just thinking it would have been handy so that we knew what team they represented in a sort of an abbreviated form.
Yeah.
you know.
The problem, as soon as you get a name like Fantastic Mr. Fox, you can't see the team name.
Yeah, that's one thing I was thinking about as to how it would be abbreviated without trying to really mess.
Really to do that right, I'd have to redo the HUD and stuff. I mean, it was designed to play on a lot lower resolution than most people are playing on now.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually more room. Things could be done differently, but let me see if there's anything that can be done here.
I just muted Mike's.
Well, one thing, if you're entering the room from the eyeballs, then because you can see the teams and the players right there.
Agreed. But
by the way, did you enter the room from the eyeballs? Did that work?
I was doing it all night. It's all on video evidence and everything worked fine. No complaints.
That's good. Well, then you should know the teams.
Well, you see, I know
that you can't remember more than 5 seconds. That is
it. You just hit the nail right in the head. I say, right, I said last night, we're going to go in and watch so and so and this team, and I go in and then I go, what the hell team's here?
Well, Fox made the right play there because it was going to be difficult to get from the 1 to the 2. So, that was a smart play playing a combo. Unfortunately for him, it didn't go in.
Well, the good news is he's on the board. He's still trailing 5-2.
But he had a good chance to win that game right there because playing the 1 was not going to be a good thing to do.
And I'll tell you right now, this is going to be 6-2 because of nothing that is an issue.
I will say Interchange X is impressing me with the decisions he's making. I mean, all his mistakes have been execution mistakes like that. See, that's an execution mistake. That's not a decision mistake. He did everything wrong. He right as far as deciding what to do. He just hit it too hard. You could have said, well, he could have rolled it at the 9, but I mean. I didn't have any problem with how he played it. He just hit it too hard.
What did I say a second ago? Is that he should have been out?
Yeah,
and
well,
it's self-inflicted damage.
I will say this, and a lot of times these problems happen because he's trying to get a certain angle on that 4 ball, and the reality of it is as long as you're coming up short, you're okay. I mean, you have to come up way short to not have a shot. And having more angle is fine. Getting yourself snookered is not. And players, when they make their decision about where they're going to put the cue ball, you need to take that into account. If you said, well, this is the perfect spot right here, but if I roll, 8 inches too long, I'm going to be snookered. And if I go short, I've got, 1.5 foot, and I'm still okay. Well, 1.5 foot is a lot bigger space than 8 inches. So you ought to play, instead of playing that perfect spot, you ought to move that thing, over 5 or 6 inches so that your middle point of where you're trying to play for gives you more room for error.
Well,
because the hardest thing to do in pool is control the speed of the cue ball. The line, now granted, a lot of people don't get on the right line, but once you learn to roll it on the right line, then it's all speed.
So this is from the hook that Mr. Fox was in. He didn't get out of it safe, and it is going to be 6-2.
Oh, that was Fox that overrolled it. Okay, well, he's doing the same thing Interchange X is. It's just making execution mistakes. I thought that was Interchange X that did that.
Well, it's a usual scenario. He needs some assistance.
He's breaking from a pretty standard spot for a 10-ball break. And he's trying to get this to hop.
One ball's going in, 3 balls going in.
I bet you this guy plays pool. I mean, that's pretty close to perfect break. I mean, ideally, you'd want the cue ball to come back a little further, like maybe a diamond past the side pocket. But you know, he's parking the cue ball, and
watch this cue ball.
Watch out.
Where's the cue ball going?
Yeah.
Well, that's a disaster. That was pretty much a gimme, that rack. Had he got on the 4, the 5 is up top, the 6 is up top left, he would have been out.
I'm sure he knew the side pocket was there. That's just another execution mistake. I mean, you know, getting a feel for how that's going to open up, whether you're going to come up short or long. Or,
oh, dear.
Well, there's another execution mistake. And see, that's the same thing.
It's really poor.
It's like he had all this room. He could be anywhere except rolling too far, and he rolls too far.
Yeah, that's...
That just... There's no reason to make that mistake when the ball's sitting right in front of the pocket.
Look at how much room there is between that 8 ball and the top rail. Well, he's kicked it in. We'll give him that one.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Good shot. Good recovery. Yeah, I mean, those kind of mistakes are just... You know, I know for me personally, when I do one of those things in real life, you know, before the ball even stops rolling, I'm like, you're a stupid idiot because you should know better not to do this, and you just did it anyways.
Well, that was a bonus getting that kick, because 7-2 is a lot worse looking than 6-3.
Well, he really needed that, and no, I mean, you know, 6-3 isn't bad. He can win from here. I mean, he's got plenty of time.
Well, it's going to be his break as well now, so if you can put something together off this break, get him right back into the match.
Yeah, I got to favor Interchange X in this match, mainly just because I think he's making better decisions. They're both making a lot of execution mistakes. I keep going back and forth, so I'm going to favor.
Goodness me. What a break that was.
Oh, that was a terrible
replay of that last shot.
That was just a slug.
I mean, those balls had, what, a foot of roll in them, the ones that moved. Nothing much more.
Maybe we should tighten up the rack a little more on VP. That was a terrible rack. Well, the carom is on. Play the 1 off the 8 in the corner. Now, you got to hit this hard. But that carom is on.
Oh,
it's not as hard as you would think.
Yeah. Is it half ball with a reasonable bit of pace?
It's less than a half ball.
You've got to try and
hit that fairly full on.
You've got to hit it so it's stunning off it and go in that direction, yeah.
Yeah, you got to hit it pretty hard. But I like the safety play.
Here we go again.
That's probably a better shot in that situation because it was so simple.
Mr. Fox says... I'll scroll the chat up to the bit that he said. He said, "Who's racking mine?" That was him that had the duff break.
Yeah, I mean that was a terrible rack. That was about as bad as they get.
And we've had quite a few of them in this 10-ball tournament, by the way.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll tighten it up today. You know, I could tighten it up a little more. Because that was just a piss poor rack. It's funny because the 10-ball racks seem to come apart worse than the 9-ball racks when you get a bad one. You know, the 9-ball racks, they don't seem to be quite that bad.
Well, this is that's the 8-ball that's up there. I was thinking that was the 4-ball that was to the right of the 5. The 4-ball's to the left of the 5.
Yeah, he's this is all pretty natural. The tricky ball's a 6-ball. He needs to get behind the 6. And it's critical he gets above the 5-ball here.
That's well played. Nice pace.
Get up.
Needs to keep going, though.
See, that's good. No, he's above it enough. He can stun over. So the good thing about this is he can play it in either corner pocket. So, you know.
You think he can get behind this at that angle? Yeah, he didn't think he could. I was sort of thinking it was a bit touch and go.
Well, for sure, he just stun it over. Semi-pro would do that in his sleep. Are you kidding me?
Stun it over and miss the 6 to the right side without hitting the 6. I think that was a bit tight.
No, it wasn't. I'm telling you, semi-pro would do that in his sleep. You know, a guy that plays off stun well, it's like an automatic shot.
Yeah, but that's not the same as my commentator's eye. My commentator's eye said it wasn't that good. But then again, who am I to judge?
Well, I mean, obviously, when you're moving a foot from the ball and you're going sideways to the line, it's a little tricky. But the thing about that shot was you had 2 pockets to shoot it in. So, you know, depending on how you feel about the shot, you know, you play for the short pocket. If it overruns, you get the long, or vice versa, depending on how you feel about how, you know, the cue ball is going to move. I mean, obviously, too long was death because of the 10 ball. So I probably would have played, you know, for the short side corner, and if it ran too far, you got the long side. That's what I'm saying. When you have 2 corners like that and you're close to the ball, I'll tell you this about, and this is a story about the same guy that couldn't believe the shot I hit, that he actually learned something from me. Well, most of the time it was me learning from him. So one day I was talking to him about getting position, and he says this to me. He says, well, he goes, you're going to get the cue ball close to the object ball. He said, so no matter what, you're going to be able to do something. And you know what? He's right, because if you get the cue ball close to the object ball, even if you're a little off angle or something, it's not a hard shot, because geometrically, you know, being closer to that object ball makes it easier. Plus, it makes it easier to do something with a cue ball. So even if you're not at quite the right angle, being close to the object ball is a huge advantage.
Well, he's called the combo on the 7.
Oh, this is rough, because it's going to be rough getting shape on the 1 ball. I don't get this.
1 ball's going to go to the long rail on the side, but it depends on the pace he hits it. He's just going to rely on luck to get on this ball if it does go.
He's going to have to hit it awful easy to come up with a shot on the 1 ball. I mean, this is crazy if you ask me. Well, at least he had a plan for the 1 ball. He was trying to come out with the cue ball in the 1. But unfortunately, the 7 ball wasn't close to going in the pocket.
Well, they're all there again.
Yeah, and I'd say this guy's got a pretty good chance of running out from here.
See, I
3 in the side, 4, 5 in the same pocket.
See, I looked at that table, and before, you know, that shot that he played, there's no way I would have played that, considering the lay of the table and what price you might pay for not getting it right.
Yeah, see how he went forward there?
Mm-hmm.
This guy's definitely played pool, because that's just a more reliable shot there. You know, most real life players that aren't real strong players would have drawn that back. He went forward. That shows a guy that's played. Yeah, when he's not making execution mistakes, he plays pretty damn good. I mean, his choices are.
Now he's going a bit of left again.
His choices are excellent.
Again, he's went with the English to straighten it back up past the inside of the 7.
I'm telling you, this guy. I'm more impressed with this guy than maybe anybody I've seen in this tournament, other than, you know, maybe a couple of very top guys. I mean.
Yeah, because he knows how to affect the cue ball. You know, straightening the cue ball when I hit that short rail there and coming back inside the 7.
Yeah, he's making smart choices, and he understands how to make angle. I mean, this guy's a player. I guarantee you, I can almost guarantee you he's a good player in real life. I'd be shocked to find out he wasn't, you know. I mean, he's at least a B player and maybe stronger. I mean, in real life, you have a lot of other things that can restrict you, like your stroke and, you know, your eyes and things like that. I mean, if that guy's got a good stroke in real life, he's at least an A player, probably strong.
2 balls going, but it's going to have to be the bank on the 1. And once again, this has to go, because I fear for Mr. Fox's chances in this rack, because again, these balls are set pretty good.
You can play a two-way shot here. I mean, the problem is that you got to hit at the right speed, and
that was well done.
Let's
he got
watch a
lucky
replay
there.
of that last shot.
Running that 4 ball and getting a shot. He's lucky he wasn't hooked by the 4 or the 8. You know, that's kind of, I don't know what his plan was, but if you're just hitting it and, you know, knowing it's going to sort of go over there and hoping it comes out good, that's not a good plan.
I think his basic plan at the moment is just to try and stay at the table and pot whatever he can.
See, that's the kind of attribute of guys that you know, have only played 9-ball. Is they're loose with the cue ball. They turn it loose and stuff, and you can get away with a lot because, you know, there's not that many balls on the table. All the balls are spread out. It's pretty wide open, and most of the time you roll up good. And then when you don't roll up good, then you're going, oh well, that was unlucky. But the reality of it is the guys that are really good, they don't do that. They don't turn the cue ball loose. Right. They always know where it's going, and they're always playing those little bumps and running into balls. You know, there's no accidents.
Slim, what was it Popman said, and what was it, something about interchange X that Steve doesn't know? I don't know. I've missed the chat's popped up and it's disappeared. And could you repeat what you said, or whoever it is that said it, so we can read it again? I don't know whether Popman said something. Slim said something as well. I begged him to prescribe me meds. Is this interchange X that we're talking about? Well, they'll probably get round to it in a minute. Well, that doesn't work, so it's going to have to be another bank. I mean, this is a very good bank every day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, Fox banks well. I'll be surprised if he misses this.
Yeah, it's going to get there, I think, yeah. Cue ball's thinking about it.
I mean, Fox banks pretty good. We've seen him make a number of them, and I think any of the more straightforward banks, he's going to hit pretty good.
He's a psychiatrist. Goodness me, Interchange X is a psychiatrist in real life. Well, if he's a head shrink, then is he aware of the problems we have with Stubb? Can he not help Stubb?
I was thinking the same thing. Now look at that cue ball. That's a nice break there.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
I don't think he made anything, but it was a nice break.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a fan. I'm a fan of Interchange X. I mean, I like what he's doing. I definitely think he's going to be a contender in this thing. I mean, I think he makes as good of decisions as anybody playing in this thing. The questions, I think, is for him is just going to come down to execution. Can he execute?
Mr. Fox has had a role there. Does anybody know? Has anybody seen Columbus play? Do we know what sort of level he's at? We've got a reasonable idea how Bankster plays.
See if he calls a 4-ball here. I mean, you got a pretty good kick at this to make the 4. Yep, that's what he's calling. So he's kicking off the back of the 1 into the 4.
To run into the 4.
This is the right shot. Yeah, I mean, this guy, he didn't execute it. Execute it the way he needed to, but he picked the right shot.
So we're 10 minutes away from the second match is due to start tonight. I don't think there's any other matches starting at 7 p.m. There's another one at 8. I'll need to have a look at the main page for the tournament to remind myself, though.
Well, that was a pretty fancy shot that Fox played, that carom off the 5-ball. He didn't make it, and he got lucky. But I'm actually surprised by that choice that he would see that. You know, that's what's great. We're seeing a couple players that are picking out shots that most guys wouldn't see or wouldn't shoot. And I'm
looking to see where he has to hit. Well, he's going the other way. I'm too busy. I thought he was up the table.
He hit that darn near perfect. You know, that was the right shot. I was kicked behind it 2 rails and try to stick him on the 8, and he hit it good. I'm telling you, this guy plays pool. There's just no way that he's not a pool player.
Columbus was showing good potential, but has stayed at the same level for ages. Now he is decent though. I thought you were talking about yourself there, Potman. You're talking about Columbus. Chico says Columbus versus Bankster Sunday. Oh, that's the matches that are coming.
Watch out. Oh,
yeah.
Boy, that was a good little rub there because he was going to get hooked.
I'll tell you this, Potman. I've not stayed
Right, well,
I've not stayed at the same level. I went
let's see
downhill.
how he plays this. This is 2 into the cross corner with some right English and a little draw and bring it back over for the 3. This is a pretty standard shot. Now you don't see guys on VP. Guys on VP don't like this shot, but this is a. Now see, he's not going to shoot it cross corner. What's he doing? He's playing safe.
Because he hasn't called the bank. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, I would have shot that every day of the week. Cross corner and just brought the cue ball straight across for the 3 and ran out. At least on a real pool table, I would have. On this thing, I would have missed the ball.
Well, the worst thing he's going to do here is hit this too thick and run into the 5.
Yeah, this is a pretty easy safe. Well, he underhit it. So you want to hit that speed to roll out behind the 8 ball, and he had it on a perfect line.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you have the 3, the 10, and the 8, and if you get him on the 8, he's really in trouble. Instead, he's left an edge, and now he's going to be kicking. Yeah, those little safety battles, especially those side-to-side ones, it's real critical that you don't leave an edge. And the reason why I'm saying that more than, up and down the length of the table is that when you're that close to the ball, it's real easy to hit an edge and kind of control the line because you're close enough to see the edge and actually hit it the way you want. Where when you're length of the table, that's a lot harder shot.
I think fantastic, Mr. Fox. I think most of his shots tonight have been kick shots, where he's not seen it. He's not seen the ball on. He's having to kick.
Here's that same shot I wanted him to shoot in the side. This is dig into it. And he didn't dig as much as he could have, but
that's
a shot where you're trying to straighten it out.
This is the path all the way around to the 8 ball, I would think, to get on this 5.
Yeah, this is just a natural thing. You just sort of got to make a decision on speed and line of how you're going to play with that 8. You don't want to leave it to chance. Like, this is not a good speed.
I think he's going to be okay, though.
Yeah, the line's good. And he may have been playing high there, which was the right thing to do if you're going to hit it at that speed. Let's see if he goes 3 rails. Yep, that's what he's trying to do, and he underhit it. Now that again was the right shot. He just got there. That was the correct way to play that. And why was that the correct way? Well, because it's the most reliable way to get to that 6 ball without scratching.
Yeah. Well, that I don't think we're not really sure what Jana is. Samaray originally, and then every other name under the sun.
Oh, I don't think that's a girl.
No.
Are you assuming because Jana's a girl's name? Is Jana a girl name?
No, I think who was it that typed it there? Was it Potman that typed it? I'm not sure who typed it, but I'm not convinced.
Yeah, no, I think Jana's a guy. But I saw somebody talking in the lobby the other day like it's a girl, and maybe they think Jana's a girl's name. I don't know. It's a German. Is Jana a girl's name in Germany?
I haven't a clue. But maybe that's why Paulina24 changed his name to Paul, because we were all thinking it was a female.
Oh, there goes semi-pro. The band of people I don't like. Yeah, I understand that there's a lot of complaints about Jana.
Yeah, that other guy, Carlos Lindo from Brazil, he's a nutcase as well.
Yeah, there's been some complaints about him.
That's perfect. That is perfect.
Look at this kick. Yeah.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Look at the pace. More importantly, the pace is just perfect. Held the line, nice enough on that 9-ball.
I'll tell you, after seeing this guy's one of the favorites to win this. Now, this guy is probably the...
well, you've just jinxed him there, Steve.
Well, you know, I mean, he dogged the ball. I mean, that's going to happen sometimes. This guy, if he plays pool in real life, which he has to, I bet he might be the best pool playing psychiatrist in the country, maybe the world.
Well, there's at least one thing. He must have learned how not to let the game get to his head.
I had a good friend who was the best pool playing dentist in the world. I mean, I would have bet big money on him against any other dentist in the world. I mean, this guy played really strong, and he was a dentist.
Yeah. Z Karaoke doesn't know his limitations. He thinks he's the bee's knees, but he doesn't have the game.
He was one of the players in favor of getting rid of the wild balls on the break, and you know, I can understand that. If you're the kind of player that doesn't control the table and let your opponent, you know, win a lot of cheap games and then break, you're not going to like the wild balls on the break at all.
Cheeky cheater.
Cheeky cheetah.
because you hooked him once and then cleared up. I remember I've only ever played him once, right?
Cheeky cheetah.
I went into Carlos. This is how I bumped into Carlos Lindo. I went into his room, and I showed you how long ago because I haven't been playing 9-ball at all. But it was 9-ball. I went into his room because I'd never played him before. So I went into his room, and he won the first 3 racks. Then I won 2, and then he disappeared.
And while we're sitting here chatting, Fox is making a comeback. That missed 9-ball by Interchange X really hurt. That was a 2-game swing there.
Yeah, well,
instead of 9-4, now it's 8-5, and
you know,
Fox has got a chance to run out.
I think he's just going to leave this long and cut this. So he's going to try and get there. Let's see if it bumps the 7 and doesn't hook him, and doesn't hook him, and doesn't hook him. Unbelievable. Why didn't he just take his medicine and cinch it, as you say, Steve? Leave it long and do the bedhead cut.
I would have played the same shot. I mean, I think he just came up a little short on the line. I mean, he wanted to be on the other side of the 7, and I think he just was a little short on the line, you know, a little too tight around the corner there. I would have played the same shot. I mean, I thought that was the right shot. Now, he's got a chance to get safe here. You kick behind his 5 and let the cue ball come back off the end rail and go over to the 9.
He's called the 10 just in case.
Yeah, well, he might have been playing the 10, but you wanted to really hit underneath the 5 and actually take the chance with the scratch because you had a chance to get safe. He hit on the other side of the 5, which making that 10 there was going to be tough at that angle.
That's just killed whatever momentum he had there, Mr. Fox.
Well, and here's a big key, guys. I mean, you know, if you want to really be a good player, here's a big key. So Interchange X had dogged the 9-ball, and now Fox got this chance to go up, you know, make it really hurt him, and he let him out. Not only did he let him out, he gave him this game. So by hooking himself on that 5-ball, it's a 2-game swing back the other way, and he could have really hurt him.
Are you talking about Carlos, Potman? I ran 2 racks on him, and he called me an F and a D and left.
Hey, if we ever have a pool league team, we'll put him and Stubb on the same team. That should be a riot.
Well, I think we should
have those 2 guys on the same team.
Well,
and maybe throw Janet in there too.
Well, I would put Interchange X in there just to supervise them.
Yeah, I doubt he wants to be working while he's doing recreation time.
I mean, he could certify them all insane, and that he's he's their what's the word? I'm looking for a word. Somebody that looks after people like them. I'm trying to think of a word. Anyway, yeah, that bit of room full of nutters. What we got here, we got a little break. Interchange X is either gone to fill up the coffee, gone to the bathroom, or gone for something stronger. He has a 9-5 lead.
Well, if he's in the U.S., then this is
right. Well, while he's having a break, let's have a
East
quick
Coast.
look.
It's 2 in the afternoon now.
Let's have a look at this bracket. This other match is supposed to be started. There we go. And Bankster, let's just do a quick jump in just to make sure everything's okay. And it is okay. That match is up and running. And looking at Columbus, he's got a 1930 rating. Again, you can't take anything from that. You just have to watch them play to see what sort of level they're at. But it started, so we'll keep an eye on it.
That was a nice shot by Bankster there.
Let's jump back.
He got the ball running on the right angle.
See if we can get back into the room. Oh, it's doing funny things. My little cursor still. Oh, there we are.
Your assignment tonight is strategic.
Wrong button.
Well, send them to hell. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my little tactical advice I sometimes post before the matches.
Well, Interchange X broke dry. Lost the cue ball a little forward, but it was hit pretty good. I think he just popped it up a little bit too high on the cue ball there.
Well, there's
Lobster. Well, yeah, I'm sure Sylvia will confirm since that's her ex-husband.
That's a proper mess
How
up
could she
here.
not confirm?
Now let's work out a way to play this combo. I suppose if you play the 3 and come back up the table.
No, you can't play that combo. I don't think there's any place you can play that thing from. You're going to have to move balls.
No, I think, Steve, if you hit the 10 ball full in the face, well, that's changed that idea.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm not saying that was the wrong thing to do.
Wrong buttons, guys.
You have got to hit the 10 ball there. I mean, you absolutely have to hit the 10 ball, or you're probably going to get yourself in trouble. And that, again, that's it's an execution thing of getting the ball to run on the correct line. So, it's like there's a difference between kind of knowing the direction it's going to go and realizing you have to put English on it, and then getting the right amount on to get the line you're on. And that's a big separation factor is now you say, well, that's just too fine. No, nobody's that good. Well, let me tell you what. I saw Alex Pagulayan in real life shoot in one match. Well, the easiest shot he shot for a breakout was something like that. He shot 2 other ones. One was a 3-railer. One was a 4-railer with a cue ball to break out in situations like that where you had to hit one ball, and he hit them perfect every time. So it's when you see guys do that, and you're like, I can't do that, but now it's possible because you just watch Alex Pagulayan do it.
Yeah, I'm glad I stayed well out of that. You're annoying Sylvia, guys. I would bail out quick.
Yeah, you're asking for it.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good shot.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
That was excellent. Now, see if I can remember what bloody button to press here. I'm hitting the wrong buttons tonight. I'll tell you why that is. You know why that is? Because I still haven't had my dinner. That's why that is.
Boy, that was
that
well
was
hit
excellent
there.
as well.
Let's watch the replay
Yeah,
of
that
that
was a
last
really
shot.
well played shot. Now he overrolled it, but you know this is not a hard
Oh,
shot.
he's fine here, I think.
This is probably going to be a drawback. He's going forward. I don't like going forward as much there, but he played it well.
Pace is perfect again. He's really warming up.
And he understood the line. You know, he hit that with straight top, understood how to drive it to the rail, and you know, he hit on the line where he wasn't going to go in the side pocket. I mean, that was a strong shot.
So double figures for interchange X and a 5-rack lead.
And really, that shot's a little easier, I think, to control the speed and line than the one I was talking about.
I think that 2 ball was going in there until it ran into the 8. It was going to go up into the top left-hand corner.
Well, let's see if he takes the bank on here. Now, this is one of my favorite shots. You bank this and you hit it with right English so the cue ball kills along the long rail there. And you hit it at a speed that if you miss the 1, it banks up close to the side pocket.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
It's a very difficult shot.
Well,
and he decided to play safe and miss the ball, which that's easy to do on that shot, is miss the whole ball. I've done it a lot of times.
Well, is Mr. Fox going to punish him for it, though? That's the question. Now, I'm wondering why.
He's a little funny here. He's going to have to really roll this slow, or he's going to get hooked.
That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering why.
He's going to draw the ball. I think this is a smart choice because make the 2 ball come out. Oh, he almost hit that too easy. He hit that a little easier than I thought he would.
No.
He could have hit that harder. I mean, it was going to probably run on a pretty good path.
This looks as if it's going to go close to the 9 and 10, but he's hit the right side of them. That's fine.
Yeah. Now that shot wants to open up because you're cutting back against the object ball. It's going to add spin. And other than being on the rail, this isn't bad.
I can't remember semi-pro. This is why whenever anybody comes on, see, they have to tell me as is Paul 24, formerly known as Paulina. I always prefer people if they're going to go on YouTube and join the stream. It's better if they use their VP4 handle. Then it's easier to remember.
Okay. Now this you got to draw right between the 8 and 10, and it's doable. Just like that. Overhit a little.
He's fine. He can just.
This you want to hit with a lot of left English. You want to go 2 rails there.
Well, you see now the problem is he's running into the 10.
That's why you wanted to go 2 rails, because you could have got straight in on the 9 with hitting it with inside. This is okay. It's kind of a little stun draw shot. You want to just kind of brush the 10 a little.
Yeah, you want to just come off and sort of leave the 10 somewhere in the short rail. Well, he's hit it.
Well, he chose to hit it harder, and you know, I mean, that was less reliable than what I was talking about. But you know, he's okay. He's got a shot. Because, you know, the thing about that shot, how much of the 9 ball you take really is going to influence where that 10 ball goes, both speed and direction. The direction wasn't going to change a lot, but the speed could have.
Is it repetition? I can't. But is he not one of the? Does he not say that he plays offline? I don't think he plays online, if I remember. So the break went back to interchange X. It's alternate break, remember?
Repetition said before who he was, I thought.
Yeah, he does. He plays offline. He doesn't play online, as far as we know, or he's just keeping his identity so that we don't know who he is in VP4 online.
Well, yeah.
Well, there's a 3-ball combo there, Steve.
Yeah, and it's a pretty easy one. You just got to get on it good, and he's going to go up the table, and
that's well
played. So he can just he can draw this, kind of stun draw it. You want to get it running at the 10 ball just in case you kind of lose the cue ball a little. I mean, he can hold it, but if you lose it, you definitely don't want to go the wrong side of that 10.
Oh,
Well, he went the wrong side of the 10. He missed the shot. Other than that, it was perfect.
just wants to hit that ball into that juncture there where it's just chipping the 4.
Yeah, well, you got a lot of choices here because you can run into the 9 if you want.
Is he billiarding it? I think he's billiarding it. He's playing the billiard off the 3. I don't
Why
like
would
that.
you do that? No, he's playing safe.
Well, I'm surprised. Okay, if you, as I said, I've always said this: if you decide against it, then you better make sure you get it safe. If you're playing the safety, and he has done.
Well, you know, sometimes playing a lot of safeties can be effective because some people it bothers. Some people it takes them out of their game.
Yeah, all perfectly legal, all part of the game. You know, you have to try different things.
Yeah, in real life, you know, it can take people out of stroke. I'll never forget this match I played against a really strong player, and first thing he does is get ball in hand because I scratch on the break, and he's got a pretty easy table to run out. Instead, he plays a safe and hooks me up, locks me up on a ball.
Oh,
so
that was close.
This went on. We started doing safety battles, and this went on like the first game probably took 15 minutes. That's how crazy it was.
I've done it again.
With Scotland.
And what ended up happening is he tried to get me out of stroke, and he got himself out of stroke, and I drilled him. So you got to be a little careful playing that strategy of playing safe a lot on some people. You know, you're like, well, I'm gonna bother this guy, or I'm gonna take him out of it. Well, you may find out that they're better at that game than you are.
Has he gone too straight here in this? Let's have a quick look before I press the wrong button for the 20th time.
Well, he can just roll forward if he wants. Yeah, he's fine. I mean, you would think he'd be out here. He's a little funny on this. He's either going to have to hit it really hard or shoot it into the corner by the cue ball.
Well, the safest.
Let's see what he decides. I guess he could go forward here too.
I'm just going to play it up table, roll through for the 9.
Yeah. That's a VP shot there. Let's cinch the shape and take the long shot here. Well, Fox is keeping in contact here. He's still only down 3, and
it's his break now.
Yeah, I mean he's hanging in this match.
Yeah, but I think what he needs now to get. I mean, what is it? 10-7. So I think he needs a break and run here if he can help it. I mean, he needs something like that to give him more motivation.
Well, his safety strategy worked out there. Oh, that 4 ball was going in, and it got bumped. Watch this 4 ball. It's going in, and it just gets bumped. It's right into the pocket.
But he's not left anything. I don't think there's much of this 1 ball.
This would be a good opportunity for a push out. I might push over to the edge of the 1 ball, just like that. That was exactly what I was thinking, because this isn't the easiest safety in the world from here.
Well, I'd be playing.
I'd probably pass this back, to be honest with you.
No, I'd be playing this with a bit of right and try and come down to the 8 and avoid a scratch. I'd try to.
Yeah, that's.
I
think it's too easy to give up a shot there. You're probably not going to get a snooker, and you may give up a shot on the 6.
I don't like the pace of this. Well, it's okay as far as I mean, he could go crazy here, and he might.
I thought that was a good push out because it was a place where your opponent was gonna have to think about it. I wouldn't have wanted to shoot that shot because that was a tough shot, and he failed to get safe there.
I thought he was going to call something there, but he's trying to tuck it away.
Well, this is almost a dead bank. Hit it hard with some left English and pull the cue ball back. I mean, this is sitting real good to bank this ball.
Oh, I'm brilliant. Chico, I've never missed while I've been sitting here watching matches. I've never missed a shot.
Okay, I didn't really like that play there because it's hard to get the speed right to get the snooker on the 9, but he was playing for the fact that he's got, you know, a 8 ball down there blocking the pocket. But the problem with that is you let the other guy to the table to safe you.
Yeah.
See, that's why I didn't like that shot on the 9, because if you don't get it, then this is what ends up happening. He might be able to see the edge of this 1 ball. I think he can.
Hang on a second. I'm just having a quick look to see what's happening. Well, Bankster is 4-0 up against Columbus.
And this is a well-played shot here.
Yeah, that worked.
Very good speed. Yep, that was a really well-played shot there.
Easy hit,
I mean,
though.
that was...
easy hit, but the danger of the scratch if he comes out off the short rail.
You should scratch here. The big problem is you almost have to get lucky to get safe here. Yeah, I would try to kick this 1 ball in because you might get safe, and that's what he tried to do, I think. See, he's trying to kick that towards the corner, and the reason why you do that is the cue ball will then run. If you make it, it probably runs into the 3 ball. If you hit a little thin, it goes between the 3 and the 10.
The interesting thing is, Steve, he never called the one. I think he was looking to just catch it and skim away from it. He never actually called it into that
Well, you'd
corner.
always want to call the 1 there. All right, well, let's see what he does here. Yeah, the whole idea of safeties and how to play them and what to do, that's a deep subject. But one simple piece of advice I got for him: if you're playing a safe where, you know, if you don't roll right and you don't get right behind the ball, you know, like when you're rolling across the line like Interchange X was earlier, you better think twice about that safe.
Oh, has LS3 arrived? I don't see her in the chat. Probably away up screen.
Yeah. She's there.
Good evening.
Well, let's see here. I would think he'd be out here.
Well, this is unmissable. Little one of these sort of soft stun draws up the rail.
Well, you got to get down. You can't leave this ball high. And I think he understands that. He may still have left it high.
Oh,
that's not bad.
Well,
now this is just drawback near the side pocket. You don't want to. You don't want to mess with it. It's just a soft drawback, just like that. Yep, well done. That's the right way to play it.
Well,
Tell you, this guy impresses me. I think if he just cleans up his execution a little bit, he is definitely in the running to win this thing. And I mean, like, a little better execution, and he's going to be beating guys like Cobra and Albinario, because he makes really good choices.
It's a long road back now. I don't think Mr. Fox has had a decent break at all in this match so far. I'm talking a decent break where he's got a ball and a shot and can actually try and do something.
I like how Interchange X is hitting the break. He's not always being successful on the pot, but he's controlling the cue ball well. I think I'm going to tighten up the 10 ball.
Oh, it's Interchange X that was breaking. I thought it was Mr. Fox that was breaking there. Well, it's dry anyway.
It was Interchange X. It was a dry break. Fox has got a chance to run out here. Well, and that was well played. Let's see if he's going to play the 2 or play the 10.
Well, I think he's got to play the 10. I don't think the 2's going in at that angle.
Well, it would, but it's pretty tight. I knew a guy in real life, Morrow, Ismael Paez, his nickname's Morrow. He would shoot this shot like it was a hanger every time.
Excellent.
Good shot. All right, so
Oh, here we
That
go.
really helps the cause, and he's got the break now. If he can break and run out, this would be huge. This could be a comeback time here.
All right,
He's a BRB.
He's taking a break. Right. Well, while he's taking a break, let's just let's have a quick. Oh dear, it's not looking good. I'm afraid. Not as far as Columbus is concerned. It's 6-0 to Bankster.
That's 5-0, isn't it? It says 5-0.
Oh, it is 5-0. See, I tell you, Steve, the text is still too not dark enough for me. Anyway,
you realize you can zoom this browser in.
Yeah,
press Control and move your mouse wheel.
But it only zooms in one notch. It doesn't zoom in the internal browser any further. On the external browser, you can zoom in and out all day, but in the internal browser, it only goes like that. That's
okay, they're bigger now, though.
Yeah, but anyway, we'll leave it at that before I start going on a rant. What was the other matches we had? Sylvia and Chico at 8 o'clock. That might be worth watching because I haven't a clue how Chico plays. That's the one loss side.
That's coming up in a little while.
Mr. Fox is maybe gone for something to try and inject something into his game. Chico is reckless.
Fox is he's got a chance here to get back in this. I mean, I think he needs a couple things to go his way because he plays kind of loose, and guys that play loose, they need a couple rolls to go their way because he's going to turn the cue ball loose some. He needs some things to happen for him.
Well, I think this is
and if he does, he could be right back in this match.
I think this break has to work for him. In all honesty, I think he needs to get a break and run. And
Paul's in the Philippines, Pop, man. He's on the Filipino time. Eastern time. Oh, okay. You're the one that isn't. Jover and was it Jover and somebody else?
If he played, well, hang on a minute. If he played Sylvia this morning at 10 a.m., that was 5 a.m. in the morning for him. That's why I thought he was in the Philippines.
He's from the Philippines, but he's not in the Philippines.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Filipinos in the U.S. I mean, there's especially in Los Angeles. I mean, where I am now, there's not. I had a lot of Filipino friends in Los Angeles, and some weren't pool players either, and just people I worked with and stuff. There, certain areas have heavy Philippine populations. He says he is in the Philippines. Okay.
Well,
I thought he said he was before. I thought you and Jover both said you were.
You won't be working tomorrow, Pop Man.
Now I've got a question for Paul 24. How come it's Philippines with a P, but Filipino is spelled with an F? Can you explain that to me?
That's just an American thing. Americans.
It could be.
He's been influenced by living in the States because
it could be. It could be that. I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Because the Americans don't use proper English. Everybody knows that. They spell things weird. Tonight,
well, at least we don't say schedule.
Yeah, tonight, Steve.
Come on, and Hugh, this is the pot calling the kettle black because a Scotsman should never lecture anybody on pronunciation.
Tonight, well, I mean, I was watching.
Come on.
They were showing clips of the American news channels reporting about, talking about, there was some woman was in the studio in Los Angeles or somewhere like that for some network, and she says, "Now let's go over to Edinburgh." And of course, I cursed straight away as soon as I heard that. And then the guy was over in Edinburgh, and he was talking away, saying about the coffins left Edinburgh and going down to here, and it's going there and blah blah blah. And it's Edinburgh. Borough.
Yeah,
You've got to get the roll of the R, Steve. You know, it's not this barrow, as in
I
where
can't roll my R's, and it was a dry break here for Fox.
well,
Well, that was a frozen ball, and Interchange X missed it.
I was going to have a joke there, Steve, and say, well, I've never seen you walking, so I don't know whether you can roll your arse or not.
No, I cannot roll my R's. Hey, but it's like some towns in cities in America, like it's not Louisville, it's Louisville.
Louisville.
But if you look at the spelling, it's Louisville, but it's pronounced Louisville.
Mm. We are colonized by
there's
Spanish
just a
people.
heavy Spanish influence in the Philippines. So there's, I mean, most of the surnames are Spanish. I got a question for you, Paul. How do you say Filipino in Tagalog?
Now, he's either scratching his head or he's typing the answer, Steve. We're about to find out.
Oh, I'm sure he knows that. I mean, why would he be scratching his head? He's Filipino.
Well, Filipino or Pinoy.
Oh, well, Pinoy, yeah. I've heard Pinoy. But
well,
Pilpino? Pilpino.
that was a player that used to play in VP3. Many people out there watching this will remember
out.
Pinoy. That was a guy that played a lot of VP3 and then he disappeared.
Boy, that was a break, that not going in the corner pocket. So
Yeah.
Fox has got to deal with this. He's probably gonna jack up and spare this because that's the safe way. Yep, that's what he's doing. So it's looking like it's going to be 11-9, and we've got a match, guys.
Right, well, there's your answer there, Steve. I think that's the answer to your original question there. He says, I don't know.
Which original question?
The question about how do you say something in Tagalog?
No, he just said right above.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, was that the answer? Or is he answering somebody else? Because I'm now confused.
Filipino or Pinoy?
And then he says, I don't know. So maybe he's just guessing.
No, that's like asking you, what do you call somebody that's Scottish? Are you not going to know that?
Well,
Come
I know what you're going to say. Oh, he's Scotch, as in the drink, but he's Scots, as in SCOTS, uppercase S at the beginning. Definitely not Scotch.
Scotch is a drink.
Exactly.
See, and you know that. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Whiskey's a drink. Nobody goes into a pub in Scotland and says, "Give me a small Scotch." They might do that down in London, but they don't do that up here.
Yeah, but
you'd get a funny
it
look.
is called Scotch. It is called Scotch for a reason. It's just like bourbon. Bourbon is called bourbon for a reason. It's a regional thing.
Mm.
You know, bourbon is from Kentucky. It's like champagne. You know, over here you can't call sparkling wine champagne. The French has got that deal where it's only from that region.
It's got to be from that region.
It's got to be called sparkling wine.
That's correct.
Yeah, so I mean, Scotch is a regional thing. There's now there are some things called like Japanese Scotch. The Japanese make Scotch. I don't know if
yes, they do. They've got a big market in that, so they have.
Yeah, I'm not impressed with their Scotch. It's okay, but I mean, I much prefer. My favorite Scotch is Springbank. Well, yeah, bourbon's a whiskey. Not all whiskeys are bourbon because it's got to be from Kentucky to be bourbon.
Well, I can confidently say that I've had like a sip of whiskey, and that was enough for me. The smell of it's enough to turn me off.
Well, we got a pretty good safety battle going on here.
Well, this is asking to be tucked away, but you can't see any of the two.
Well, it's not a hard hit. The tricky part is getting safe here. Now, he can get him on the 8-ball if he does this right. That's what he's trying to do. Oh, what a shot.
Beautiful shot.
Let's watch a replay of that last
What a
shot.
shot that was. Yeah, and he hit that perfect. Now, guys, if you want a good example of this is how you should play safe, this is it. You got to be thinking about how you can hit that 2-ball to get the cue ball to do exactly what it just did there. And that shot is there all the time like that in those kind of situations where you got a ball over there. It's just how to get to it.
Some Scots are also known as Kiss of Death.
Somebody likes bourbon. One Pocket Slim sounds like he likes bourbon. Yeah, it's got to be a corn mash.
The only thing I drink, and I haven't had a drink for a long while. The only that's a fairly straightforward combo, and all of a sudden we are breathing down Interchange X's neck.
Well, you know, that was all from that wonderful safety plate. I mean, that was just a beautiful shot. I mean, I love seeing that. Somebody execute a shot like that and do it well.
Who was it that played? Who was it that played the shot?
Fox.
It was. I was thinking that.
Yeah, he played a fantastic safety. Yeah, it was a beautiful shot, and you know he won the game because of it.
The only thing I drink is vodka and Guinness, not at the same time. That's the only thing I drink.
That's what I'm saying. Is the only way you're going to learn that is to try those shots, not just try to hit the ball. And then you know, it's not just getting distance; it's getting a snooker. And you know, if you just get distance, the guy's going to hit the ball. Maybe he'll come up with something, you know. But if you get a snooker like that, then that can be pretty powerful.
Well, this could be a pretty quick response here if Interchange X doesn't hook himself.
He's going to have to get lucky.
Oh,
he almost got the window. Well, could see a Basset here. I don't know if he's going to jump. He could try to jump this.
Well, good luck with this then.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough jump shot. You can Massey this, though. Oh, he's going to kick at it like that. I think he was trying to play the billiard there, use the cue ball.
Well, I mean, I think he'll be reasonably happy with that, apart from the fact that there's still a cut on, but it's really tight.
All Interchange X, well, not all of them, but most of his mistakes have been execution mistakes. He's just not executing what he's seeing.
Well, he's got to call this in the other corner, hasn't he?
Well, he's got to call the 8-ball. There's an 8-ball hanging there.
Oh, I never even noticed the 8-ball there.
Well, that's why I was saying that he was trying to play the billiard with the cue ball onto the 8 when he kicked at that 4-ball. Interchange X was. Well, okay, here we go. So.
Well, the bank isn't
This
on.
is actually a little tricky because the 5-ball's in the way. There is a safety here. You got to be careful you don't make the 8. Oh, now that's a terrible play. That is a terrible play because you're just asking to get locked up doing that. And there's a lot of options to play safe. It was actually in a better place to play safe where it was originally. This is a little tougher safe than what Fox had. I can't believe that Fox did not play a better safety than that.
Well, explain what options that Interchange X has got here where he isn't going to leave the 4-ball exposed.
One option is to hit it thin and back bank it towards the short rail where the 8-ball is, and the other way is hit it thin the other way. And because you got, the 5, the 9, the 7, and the 10 as blockers.
Yeah, but think about what
you are going to have to hit it thin one way and move it.
But think about what's going through their head. They know that they don't want to get the cue ball this side of the table, because if they do and the 4 balls this end of the table, you're just going to nudge it onto the 8.
But like this, he's going to make the 8-ball.
He's going to billiard it now.
That's a terrible shot he just hit there. He's going to pop the 4-ball out, shoot it in the side pocket next, and he's going to make the 8 here. Fox's only hope is that he scratches. You got to make sure you hit the right side of the 8 or you're going to scratch.
Yeah, because this is right deep in the pocket, this ball.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you hit the right side. Just like that. He hit a little hard, but it's okay.
That's
I mean,
landed
that's fine. He just got the 8 a little thin, but better to get it a little thin than the scratch. That's what I'm saying is that whole sequence, none of those guys played the right safety shot. It's just too easy when you leave the cue ball close to the object ball. There's too much you can do.
Well, it's looking like he's going to preserve his lead and go back to 2.
Yeah, this is a done deal here.
Right, well, while he's potting the 9 and 10, we'll just have a quick tab and have a look and see whether there's any good news. Well, there is a bit of good news for Columbus because it's now 8-3 for Bankster, so he's reduced the deficit.
Well, he's still down by 5. He hasn't reduced the deficit, but he's
or was it 5-0 down? I think he was
pace now.
Yeah.
All right, interchange X is breaking. Let's see what he does here. He's almost right in the middle right now. Now he changed his break.
6 ball, 2 ball has gone. Shot in the 1.
He's not coming out of it good though.
No, the 9's got in the way.
Well, see, this is the problem with breaking from where he broke from, is when you get right in the middle, see where the 1 ball is? That's why you want to be 2 or 3 inches out from the middle, because the 1 ball will go sideways and maybe come up table a little. When you break from the dead middle or very close to it and you hit it square, the 1 ball tends to stay there.
Yeah, the other thing, Steve, is that, early on in the match, he was breaking with the cue jacked up to get it to pop and land, and now he's not doing it. I don't think he did it in that rack there.
And I thought he was having reasonable success doing that. I thought his breaking wasn't bad.
That's a good
well-played shot there. That was a beauty there.
Let's watch the replay of that last
shot. And, that's a natural shot. And recognizing that, all you have to really do is make the ball. The cue ball is gonna take that path. Now, this shot's a little trickier. He's going to go back, I think, which, boy, that surprises me he tried that. I thought he would go back and come all the way over to this other rail, and shoot the 4 ball in the other corner. That was too tough getting in that area, and that's why he's hooked. He should have hit that harder and gone back across the table.
Well, he just has to miss bumping back into this 4, but if he gets this right, he can get it along the short rail. Oh, he's playing it way softer than I would have played it.
That was the right idea, but he had to get it to go behind the 10 ball on the long rail there. And if he did, then he's golden because he's safe. Running into the 10 was no good, though.
What's he looking at here? The bank?
He's playing the bank, which, this is one of those shots you need to hit at a speed that if you miss it, it's rolling up on the 7 ball.
Yeah,
I think he has done that.
It needs to slow up, though, or it needs to keep going. One of the two.
It needs to go. It needs to go. It needs to roll up on the 7. Yeah, I think he's okay. He's going to have to jump this, I think. But that was the right shot. That's what he was trying to do. If he missed it, he's trying to get on the 7. He played the right shot. He just he just got there where he didn't give a shot up. So this is one you're going to have to hit hard. And he did.
Needs to keep rolling, which it has done.
I probably wouldn't have tried to draw it back that much, and he may not have been. I would have tried to stay on the other side of the 9.
No, he's a bit straight in this.
This is going to be full blast draw. Now, the problem here is missing the 7 ball. There also is a side pocket, although it's not very big with the 7 there, and that's the worst thing you could do is run into the 9. Well, it looks like it's going to be a cut up the rail because there's not a whole lot of easy safety shots there. Let's see, is the bank there? You could bank this.
No, that'll do it.
Cuts it up the rail, and that was the most likely shot.
And now it's getting to that danger zone. Interchange X is going to be. He's going to be what, 4 away? Quick look again while he pots this. We'll give him this. It's now 8-4 to Bankster. Columbus creeping back into it gradually. We're 20 minutes away from Sylvia's match due to start. I don't think that was amped up, but I think a ball went in though.
Yeah, the 3 ball went in.
Not 2 ball. I think. It's just,
no,
is it still on? Well, it's still on.
Yeah. So the shot here is probably just a run into the 5. You can play it not run into the 5, but it's a little trickier. I would just run into the 5. He's going to pull it back.
This isn't good. This isn't good.
Yeah.
This is not good.
Well, he should have just played it to run into the 5.
I like your idea for the simple reason that, you'd a fair margin that you were going to be on the 2 into the side.
Well, you could go to the other side of the 5, but you would have had to put left English on it. Look at this roll. If you put left English on it, you could have drawn it and gone to the other side of the 5. But, most players aren't that comfortable with that shot.
Is it about there? Somewhere like there?
Yeah, he may try to cut this.
He wants to hit it like
the wrong ball.
Oh dear.
Well, hey,
I thought that was in all the way.
He made a pretty good try at it. Well, let's see here. You got to avoid this 7 ball. This is a little tricky. You really want to play for the middle of the table here. You need to spin it to the side rail short of the side pocket and then come out into the middle of the table. This is a tricky shot.
Well, the pace
is it going pretty good, but
is it going to keep
let's
running?
hope it goes past the 6.
Yeah.
Actually, that was well played because the middle of the table was going to bring the 9 ball into play. Not that you couldn't deal with that, but that was actually an easier side to be on if you could get there. Well, let's see. This is very easy to hook yourself on the 10 ball. That's the problem here. You got to get it past the side pocket, but you overhit a little and you're stuck on that 10.
Oh, he's going to.
Well, this has got its own set of problems here.
How does he avoid that?
Well, it's going to hit the 9 off of full. It's going to be tough to get this down table. Yeah, this is going to be very tough. He almost needs a double kiss on the 9 ball, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't.
Oh, he's avoided it.
Oh, he's avoided it. Ball. Well, he hit it soft enough to. That was a very well played shot.
Now, what's he going to do
here?
It
would be hard to avoid that 9 ball, and he managed to.
Is he going to get up and down, or is he going to try and nursemaid this in like a lot of guys do? Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't like that shot. I would have gone up and down.
Leaving the bedhead cut.
Yeah, well, it's the VP shots. Real life, I would have gone up and down on that every time. And, I mean, that's an easy shot as long as you can control the path of the cue ball. Because, if you can't control the path of the cue ball on that, then all of a sudden the scratch becomes an issue. Well, it's looking like it's going to be 13-11 here, and Interchange X has got the break.
Yeah. So Mr. Fox needs something to go in his favour. Probably about now, once Interchange X gets on his break, he needs something to go in his favour.
Well, I mean, the break is the break, but most of his issues have been execution mistakes. Let's see what he does here. If he's going to break from the middle. See the 1 ball?
Yeah.
That's the problem with breaking from the middle. He's taking a cue ball up table, but the 1 ball is staying there. You need to move over just a couple inches so you can get that 1 ball to at least start going sideways and maybe come up table a little.
Yeah, the last time it broke, the 1 ball finished in probably exactly the same position in a mirror image to the right. The 1 ball finished about there.
It's because he's breaking straight from the middle. You just won't see any pro break straight from the middle. I mean, almost. Yeah, I don't think you'll ever see it because
Well, I've never seen it in 10 ball, and I've watched a fair bit of 10 ball in the streams. I've never seen that.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see them break from the side a lot. You'll see them break from a diamond out. You'll see them break 2 or 3 inches out, but you won't see the middle.
And now he's in trouble.
He's already screwed up. That didn't take long. But, you know, that's part of the problem with leaving your cue ball at one end of the table and the one ball at the other end. I mean, it's just not really what you want.
Well, here we go. Let's see if Mr. Fox can hold it together with ball in hand. And, I mean, again, I'm not going to state the obvious, because you know what I'm going to say. They're all there.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious that he should run out here.
I think he's already got himself straight in this 3, has he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah. Which, I mean, it can be dealt with, but you just not particularly want to be there. Yeah, he's going to play the VP shot and just roll it. And
he's not going to roll. I think it's going to hold a line where he's...
8 ball is not quite in the way. I mean, it's... you just got to get up on top of the cue ball a lot on that shot. Yeah, he underhit that one a little. It's the old inside English underhit it shot.
Yeah, because the cue balls will want to run away from the 9.
He's drawing this, which I don't get.
Well, he's going long, but he's overcut
it. But see, that's because he drew it. He drew it and put English on it. And the problem with that is if it comes up a little short, then the cue ball turns, and then you overcut it.
Well, you know what? It's still one of them.
Well, but it was a poor choice on how to play the shot, you know, and Interchange X has got to be shaking his head now because that you know, honestly with Interchange X it looks like he needs to adjust his mouse because he's having trouble with speed a lot. It's going to hang up.
Oh well, a second bite at the cherry that Mr. Fox didn't think he was going to get there.
He needs the old 800 DPI mouse and set it to 100 trick or something because he way overhit that 8 ball.
Well, he's not looking like he's using the rail here to get out. He's doing the big key pull.
You're going to hit the tit here. You can't avoid it. You're either going to hit the tit or he drew it past to the end rail. Kind of underhit it. Well, it's not a gimme.
I take it he's banking up and down.
I don't like that choice.
Well, his chances came and gone. And whenever he's been within touch of distance, it's either went out of shape or he's not getting a roll of the ball that he needs or whatever, but it's now 3 and he's at least got one chance here with the break.
Okay, so now we moved over to the side some and see where the 1 ball went? It went up a little higher. I think in VP it's hard to get it up really high without going out further. But, you know, just a couple diamonds higher is going to help you on that shot.
Well, we'll let him get on with it here and see if he can deliver.
Yeah, well, I mean, from what I've seen of this guy, he's going to make a lot of good choices, and sometimes he makes execution mistakes, and most of them look like speed, like he needs to get his mouse dialed in better.
I've ranted plenty of times about that, Steve. The amount of VP players that probably don't spend enough time getting familiar with their mouse.
Yeah, well, it's not like his speed is bad. It's just, every once in a while you see him overhit shots, and that kind of would indicate that maybe it needs a little tweaking. Either that or drink less coffee. Yeah, see, he's just got a good idea where the cue ball's going. He understands how to hit it, or he's not going to hit that 10. I mean,
I've got a good idea as well, Steve. I just can't put it into practice long
you got to
enough.
be a little careful here with the scratch. You got to understand the line you're going to get this ball going on.
That's a good line. He's drawn it in.
That's perfect. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. In those kind of shots, if you hit them wrong, it's real easy to go kerplop in that corner pocket. I'd imagine he's going to play this in the corner. Yep. Now, this is the optical illusion shot, this kind of angle. Yeah, you got it in there.
So break back to interchange X. And is he going to stay straight on? Yes, he is. Well, he's totally changed his break. And look at the cue ball.
Well, no, last break he wasn't straight on.
Oh, was he not? I'm losing track.
But he got the one ball to come up. Did it get kicked? Replay that. Let's see what the one ball got kicked by.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Too late.
Yeah. I'm thinking the one ball must have got kicked because it wouldn't have come up table like this otherwise. Now, this is an interesting safety attempt.
Well, it worked.
Yeah, I think that was an interesting shot there. That was pretty well played.
I think he's going to have to.
He did. Wasn't a bad idea because he had cover with a 6 and 7 if he didn't get him on the 9, which is the kind of thing you want to look for.
He's going to have to juice this up with loads of right.
Boy, this is tough to hit.
Yeah.
The problem. That was tough to hit. That. Boy, I don't know about that shot. I'm not sure he could have hit that ball.
He had to get it with loads of right and avoid that hitting the 5 to even get any chance of getting near that one ball.
Yeah, let me tell you what, real life, the handshaking's worse. I remember I'm playing this match once against this guy, and I was so nervous. My hand's shaking so bad, I'm looking at my Q-tip, and my Q-tip is moving. And I'm thinking, man, I hope my opponent can't see this, or I'm really going to get drilled. Yeah, when your Q-tip's shaking because your hand's shaking, you're in trouble. Unless your name's Stevie Moore, and then you're okay. We got this pro here, his name's Stevie Moore. I don't know what the problem is, but he's got the shakes real bad, and you watch him, and he's just, he shakes probably worse than anybody you've ever seen, and he's a champion. Because when he hits the ball, there's no shake. But practice strokes before, he shakes like crazy.
Now, is that is that a medical condition or is that alcohol related? What we're talking about?
No, I think it's some
just nerves.
It must be some medical thing. I don't know. I've never asked him because it's not that polite to ask people those questions. I mean, I know him. I don't know him that well. I've played him before, but. Yeah, I mean, it's the best hustler stroke I've ever seen because you're thinking, well, this guy's not going to be able to make a ball. This is the guy I want to play. And then you get in a game with him and he drills you.
Well, you look at Mark Selby, who's 4-time world snooker champion, and when you watch him playing, he's not as bad as he used to be, but his head moves over the shot while he's cueing. Side to side sometimes, and you wonder how he manages to pot a ball.
Yeah, I mean, if you do it consistently, or maybe he's getting a visual, it's hard to say. I mean, keeping your head still isn't the most important thing in the world, but
it's the golden rule in snooker. It's probably not the same in pool. But in snooker,
it is and it isn't. Here's the thing: if you're gonna move your head, moving it like as you come into contact with the ball is a lot better than moving it any time before that. Some players, like if you watch Josh Filler, he looks like he's moving his head quite a bit. But if you really watch it closely, he starts coming up right at impact. So it looks like he's moving his head, and he's really not. He's doing it, very early through the ball, but he's really very stable before that.
Well, how's Mr. Fox's nerve? Because this is a test of his nerve. Everything's there.
Well, I mean, I don't think his nerve's the problem. I think it's, he just makes execution mistakes like that. He decided not to put any English on that, and he needed just a little bit to get it to open up.
Yeah, there was a player back in the 80s, and certain people who are in the stream will remember, we're talking snooker now, but Tony Mio, who was...
a wonderful shot.
Yeah.
See, that's another one of those kick shots. Fox has shown me a couple safeties here. That was perfectly played. That was exactly the shot you wanted to play in that situation.
Tony Mio was one of those players who'd do waggly middle finger while, on his bridge hand.
A lot of pool players do that too. Now, some pool players do something that I don't think you'll ever see a snooker player do. Some pool players have a slip stroke. I don't think any snooker players do slip strokes. Josh Roberts has a slip stroke.
Right, explain a slip stroke, Steve.
It's like where you take the cue back, and you let, like if you're right-handed, you let the cue slide in your hand. It can slide back or it can slide forward. I mean, there's a couple different ways to do it. But the cue actually moves in your right hand.
While you're actually delivering the cue to the ball?
More on the backstroke.
Oh no, you'll never see a snooker player do that. Well, put it this way, I've never seen a snooker player do that.
Snooker players hold the cue at the end.
Yeah.
So the only way you can slip it is going forward.
Yeah, well, Slim's just asked you a question there, Steve.
What's the purpose of moving your finger?
No, the slip stroke thing. What do you gain or lose from it?
I think it's a thing where, you're playing with the weight of the cue. See, this is a huge difference between snooker and pool. Snooker players don't use the weight of the cue. Pool players tend to swing the cue more. It's more of a pendulum, and they're playing with the weight of the cue. Snooker players are more, firm on it, and they're all the way out at the end, which is one of the reasons why, like when a snooker player pulls the cue back, they pause in their backstroke, because they've got all the weight in front of their hand. So if you don't pause in the backstroke, it's really hard to control the weight of the cue.
Oh, that was
pool
poor.
Players, they hold the cue further up where they have weight behind their hand. So when they take the cue back, their transition tends to not have a pause in it, and that lets the weight go behind them and helps with the wrist snap and release. So it's a lot different kind of stroke. A slip stroke is just a way of further enhancing that, getting the weight to move back, and or making it move less. I mean, I've tried it before. I don't like it. If you watch Josh Roberts play, he does it a lot. Well, nothing's entirely true semi-pro, but in general, that is the difference in, how those strokes develop. A snooker stroke does not develop the same way a pull stroke does.
When I last checked, Mark, there was 67% plus the other yes vote up top. It was like 80%, I think it was, around about that.
There's only one vote that matters. I want to see you use the user settable camera view. At least see you do something with that.
Is that involves a Y button, doesn't it, Steve?
And show me how wonderful it is. I don't remember what the... I only wrote it. I don't remember the key mapping. I think it is the Y.
It's the Y button.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to get into it just now.
Well, what's going on in this wonderful match? It's 14-13.
Yeah,
Get
and what?
sidetracked by stroke things.
Let's just have a quick look while he's thinking. Well, it's now 12-4 to Bankster, so he's won another 4 racks since we last looked in. Now he's called the 4. Where's he called it? Because obviously
he's got to be banking it. Well, I guess he could be cutting it. You got to be crazy to cut it, though.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, Fox banks pretty good. Holding the cue depends on what. So if the white's not near the cushion, you don't have to hold it. What do? You just move it with your mind.
Yes, slip strokes are a no-no for snooker players because the cue has to be delivered.
Well, I think what he's saying is if in certain situations, the way you bridge, you can't hold the cue at the end. And that's true. But the snooker players are always going to put their paws on it because that's how, yeah, well, you have to. That's just a physical thing. You take a short bridge near the cushion, it's not going to be comfortable hold all the way back. You're going to hold it further up. But, the way snooker players generate their stroke, they're always going to pause. I'm just saying that a pull stroke, if you watch a pool player and they hold the cue out near the end on some shots, they're not going to pause. It's not like you have to do that, but you're not going to play well holding the cue on the end. You're not going to be a great player without a pause, and you're not going to be. You got a better chance of being a great player on a pool table on a pool cue doing a pause of the pool cue where you're not all the way on the end of it. You can get away with that more. And if you watch some pool players do, like John Mora has a pretty good pause. I think he was a snooker player, but
that was well played.
All right, so this is a critical game here, and he's a little funny on the 7 ball, and it's very close to the rail.
I think he'll just.
Well, this is the old right spinner here. This is not a hard shot where it is because the pocket's big, and he hit it well.
He's avoided the scratch.
Well, he avoids the scratch, and looks like unless he dogs it, he's out.
And I think this is probably about the 3rd time deeper into the match, obviously, where Mr. Fox has got within 1 and then it goes away again.
In semi-pro, that's why I play with a 70-inch cue. Actually, it's 69 with a Revo on it. Because I'm so tall, that was the only way I could get the weight behind my hand.
I'm surprised you didn't, being a golfer, Steve, I'm surprised you didn't. You know how golfers try it, the real gullible ones will buy this club because it does this and it does that, and it's going to get you another 30 yards onto your drive. I'm surprised
you didn't. Be gullible? No.
I'm surprised your gullibility didn't really go into pool a great deal, because I'm thinking, why haven't you got weights in your arm like Early Pearl and heavy gloves on and all of that crap?
Well, a little surprised he missed that combo. Well, Earl's neurotic. I'm not quite that neurotic. But, I do play the long cue. And I'll never forget, I played a really strong player, and he didn't know who I was. And he says after the match, he goes, I saw you warming up with that long cue, and I thought, this guy's not going to be able to play with that long cue. And he goes, then you didn't miss a ball.
Yeah. Did you not get the idea when he was standing next to you and he was looking up at you from
not that many people play with a long cue. I'll tell you this right now is that you better know how to play if you're going to play with a long cue, because there's some tricky things about it. I didn't go to it just to have a long cue. I went to it because I'm so tall. I wanted to have more weight behind my hand. His eye was all the way out on the end of a standard cue.
Well, he's
Now, let's see here.
nailed to the rail.
Well, he overhit that a little, but he's fine. Well, you know, Interchange X missed that combo, and it's going to cost him. I thought that was a pretty easy combo.
So you'd assume it'd be 9 into the side, but he's come up a wee bit short. But it's going to be what, 3 rails?
Yeah, it's pretty natural to 3 rail it. No, he's got the 3 railer. This for sure. It's a natural shot.
Well, it won't get to the rail, but that's fine.
That's fine. I mean, there's no way you could scratch on that because of where the 10 ball was.
Well, the good news for Mr. Fox is it's going to be his break, but I've yet to. I mean, does anybody remember him getting a decent break?
Yeah, he's had some.
He has.
He's breaking from. This is okay to break from this spot.
Oh, it's another duff one.
But boy, that was a terrible rack.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Yeah, you're going to have to tweak this rack, Steve.
Yeah, there's too many duds.
And see if we get anything happening from it.
Oh, the balls will break better if I tweak the rack. I mean, it looked like he hit that pretty good, but obviously it wasn't.
So there's no problem in getting this little combo and then getting the 2, and then he's going to have to work his way out for the 3.
The 5's the problem ball here. That's the ball that's going to be tricky. Now he may try to move the 5 ball here. That's what I would do. Now you got to hit. This is tricky because you can hook yourself here, but I'd try to move the 5 right now. Oh boy!
Well, that wasn't the best of ideas. It has to be said.
Well,
he was trying to get. Look at where the 4 is.
I think he must have been trying to hit the 9
He must have had
ball,
to. Yeah, he must have been trying to hit some because he's obviously now he's got himself in trouble.
He didn't. Well, this is a tricky safe here. This is a very tricky safe here. You can go full blast left English and try to thin the 4 and then take the cue ball 2 rails and back across the end rail. And you have to hit that 4 really thin to do that. He's not going to mess with that kind of shot.
Well, we know it.
No good.
We know he's going to be buried in a second.
That's just no good.
Oh, I'll tell you something.
He didn't get him. He didn't get him on that 9 ball. That's a missed opportunity.
That was really poor. I mean, okay, it's a scratch if he tries it the side, isn't it? If he tries to pot it long.
This is a tough. The kiss is on the bank shot, so he's.
Well, this is gone tight to the rail. This 4 ball. I mean,
I think about playing safe here.
Yeah.
Try to run the cue ball into the 9, hit it with a lot of right English, and take the 4-2 rails and out, and run the cue ball into the 9 or the 5. He's going to make it. The problem is that.
Oh, he's on the.
That ball does go.
He's on the 5, and he's going to brush the 6 one way or another, unless he's taking out some sort of evasive manoeuvre here.
I don't think that ball went, but it does. Well, that was a fine shot then.
Well, this is a clincher if he can get this. He's played the bank to try and get out for the 6, but he's overcooked it slightly.
Oh, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's natural to get on the 8. I mean, that's, you don't have to do anything with the cue ball here. See, this I don't get. I don't know why do this. Why not just make the ball and get on the 8? This makes no sense.
Because he can do that.
Yeah, but it was just natural position. All you had to do is control the speed. Well, maybe he doesn't have any confidence in the speed control. We've seen it be bad before.
Well, I'm saying nothing.
One Pocket Slim says he was 17-16 at the start. And who did you call up for, One Pocket Slim? You don't get to choose later.
Well, it's been a long haul, but suddenly we've got a match on. 15
what weight am
racks
I
apiece.
playing with? Well, my cue's like, well, I'm not sure. It was like 20 3/4 with the shaft I had, but I think with the Revo it's like 20 1/4.
Well, there's the result through, and Bankster in that round 2 match has beaten Columbus 17 racks to 5.
Well, that's a pretty severe beating.
And don't forget that match started an hour after this one started, so it lasted an hour and 11 minutes.
I'm not sure what Fox is doing here. I think he's playing safe. No, he's going for it. Yeah, my tip's 12.75. It's the 12.75 Revo. I like a bigger tip. He said he called Fox 17-16. Okay.
So the yawning started big time for me. So there's a bit of pressure on Interchange X now. And
this is a shot that you can't hold. Now, I think it's a little harder to hold this in VP than it is in real life.
You're talking about holding for the 2 past the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem with this shot is
I don't think it's a problem. Watch what happens here if we.
You can't hold this with left English. You have to hit this more center ball, because if you try to hit this with left English, the cue ball is going to want to walk. Well, he hit it way thin and still is okay. I mean, you could have held it a lot more than that. He hit it thin, but he did hit it center ball, and that was the right way to hit that.
We also need to check the bracket in a minute once this is finished, this rack. A quick look and see if Sylvia's underway. Because that match supposedly started 12 minutes ago.
Well, the key ball here is going to be the 6. As long as he can get on the 6 right, he should be out. So he's trying to leave some angle, and I would have preferred having more, but he's okay. He's going to go back or forward. It looks like he's going forward. You just don't want to get too tight around the corner here. And he hit that perfect.
Yeah,
that couldn't be any better. That
should
was
be comfortable.
Perfect. Yeah, let's make it. Cue ball comes out off the rail.
Don't go too close to the rail too soon.
Yeah, it says connect the dots. Yeah, he's looking real solid here, and really, Interchange X has made a lot of mistakes this match in execution. I mean, and it's kind of unusual, because what I'm used to seeing with the VP players is more mistakes in the shot to play or tip positions or how they're playing with them. I don't see as many who are just flat out do everything right and execute wrong.
Yeah, and again, this is coming to his defence. I don't think he gets an awful lot of table time either, Interchange X. I mean, obviously he's in the States, so he's in a different time zone to me, but is he on regularly through my night time playing? Even when I'm...
the thing is, if he can get through a few matches here and kind of get tuned in while playing in the tournament.
Oh, then, that's right, yeah.
He could be a real danger, because the guy really knows how to play. I mean,
Well, he's one away, and Mr. Fox, though, has a chance. What's happened here? What's he done? He's okay.
He's a little straight in. I mean, the problem here is, you're going to have to force something to get on this 4 ball.
Yeah.
And that makes the 8 and 6 play big. I mean, you can't just go forward here. You're asking for trouble.
Yeah, he's taking the risk. He's playing
for the gap. That is actually probably a pretty smart idea, because it took a lot of the chance out.
He's got it.
I think that was a good shot. Now, I would think he'd hit this a little right English and hold it.
Oh, that's maybe what caused him. To miss it. He'll take the result, though, because he was obviously leaving for the 5 and 10.
Well, you can play safer. You can play a safety, play the 4 straight up and down, and play to get them on the 6 ball. It's tough to play at on the other side of the 4 ball. The key here is getting the 4 ball going straight up and down, because that way, even if you don't get the snooker, you don't sell out a shot. You need to get the speed and the line right on this 4 ball. He's going the other way. And he's played it really well, because that was the hard way, in my opinion. And, you know, he didn't get completely safe, but.
Well, this is a little dink if he's brave enough to try and get behind the 10.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he's going to play.
Yeah. And that was
well done.
Well done. Got to try. See, shots like that, you have to have confidence in your mouse that you can deliver it and hit it soft like that.
Now you can play for the snooker here with the 9 ball. You try to hit the 4 more straight across, and try to use the 6 and 8, and take the cue ball behind the 9. I didn't like his choice there, and the reason I didn't like his choice there is because the chance of coming out good wasn't, you know. There just wasn't a whole lot of cover there. I think he should have hit the 4 straight across and let the cue ball go towards the 9. Because then he could possibly get him on the 9 and had the 6 and 8. That was most likely going to end up leaving a shot and a loss.
Hang on a minute. Well, this is to take it all the way. And it goes, and the break goes to interchange X.
Well, here we go. Hill. Well, folks, you're watching a pretty good match.
And it's dry.
It's going to be exciting.
It's dry, and I think he can see some of this 1 ball. I don't think he's got enough, is he?
No, he don't have enough of it. He's going to have to play some sort of safe. This is a little tricky. You can play safe on a 4 or 5 here. Move the 1 over by the 10. I'd probably go for the throat and try to get him on the 5 ball if it was me. The problem with going for the 4 also is it brings a corner pocket scratch into play more. It shouldn't if you hit this right, but he's just going to play for the 5 that way. See, I would have taken it across, but that's not a bad shot because it was simple. And I might have to say that was probably a better idea than my shot. Simple is always better.
And this is certainly, well, I mean, this is a very, very narrow window if he's going to go in that gap.
The only problem with that shot is, of course, the kick is easy, and, you know, there's a pretty good chance of getting safe here because you can kick this thing. You kick this thing the right way and just roll it down, and you got the 6, 8, and 9 to block. You don't want to hit this hard. You want to hit this easy. He's jacking up a lot. I didn't think he needed to do that. Well,
his end. And of course, I mean, to be potting this 1 ball, he's got to move that cue ball out, though.
Well, he's got a funny angle here. That's the problem.
You know, he was always going to end up with a high cut.
Yeah, and I mean, really, this is tough.
Because, no, he's bailing out. He's doing a sensible thing. He's ducking.
Yeah.
Missed the 7 ball, though.
That's a smart thing.
He's well inside the 7, and he's got decent enough cover. But there's a line to get the kick.
It would have been a little better to get him behind the 9, but that's not bad. So now I'm not sure I'd try to kick this in.
When this is going to be on, where's the 3 ball finishing?
I think if he tried to kick that thing and kick it at the 5 ball, he's better off as far as coming up, not giving a shot up.
Oh, he's just running.
All right. Well, Fox is winning the safety battle on this one, and see if he can hold it together. I draw this back and bump the 7. I actually underhit it, went on their side of it. That's not bad though. I mean, it's actually a really good angle.
Oh, hang on a minute. My camera's I've dragged the screen down. Hang on till I fix that, guys.
I underhit that a little, but he's fine. And he's just going to go below the 10 ball here and come right back up. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to curse him, but y'all know what we're thinking.
Now, 10 balls comfortably off the rail.
Well, Fox did a lot of good things right this match. I mean, he played a lot of really nice kick safeties. You know, his safety game was actually very strong this game. He played smart.
Well, he had to, you know, because he was chasing all match, and he got it together long enough to get it on par, and then, well, you get down to the last rack, anything can happen. So well done to Mr. Fox.
Well, I mean, he won the safety battle that rack.
And he's.
I thought, you know, Interchange X could have made a couple better kicks that rack.
Yeah. What's Bedhead moaning about? The fact I keep hitting the wrong buttons tonight. That shows you that lack of nutrition has affected my brain more than tiredness. Right, what's happening? Well, we've got Chiku and Sylvia. Snake Eyes. I forgot about Snake Eyes and Biggs as well. Let's have a quick look at the bracket. Snake Eyes and Biggs is a one-loss side match. The Chiku Sylvia match. Sylvia's up 4-1. Now, where's this Biggs match? Where's that going to? It's the one-loss side, isn't it?
The luck player.
Biggs is 10-7 up. So, what one do you want to watch, guys? I'll leave it up to you.
We should go to Biggs because it's closer, and it's closer to being done too, right?
Yeah, race to 13, so
yeah,
we'll take Steve's advice.
We go to Sylvia.
Oh, there's a nice little brush, but it's maybe brushing. Oh, if I forgot about the 4, I was thinking he was playing for the 5. The 4's still on though. Needs to miss the 6. Oh, now I think the 6 is still okay.
Yeah, he's just got to get on it. That's going to be a little tricky.
Biggs again, for anybody who's forgotten or didn't know when I mentioned it the other day. Biggs is formerly known as Big E from Virtual Pool 3, an old timer as far as Virtual Pool goes.
That was a well-played shot there by Snake Eyes, getting the ball back down the table.
And Big E is from Iceland, Snake Eyes from the UK. Oh, talking of Big E, there he is there.
Ouch. Well, that was the right shot he played, just overcut the ball.
Making the fatal mistake of being in the stream at the same time as he's actually playing. He should get himself out. You might see that 10-7 lead disappear. That might jinx you.
Well, it's beginning to look like it's going to be 11-7 here.
Oh, well, the commentator's cursed done it there, boys.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Absolutely nothing to do with it. And Steve decided to keep his mouth shut. So Snake Eyes getting a gift of an opportunity. And Biggs might decide coming into the stream wasn't a good idea. Well, the guy's going to be gutted for a start, Mark. He's got to be gutted. He was, in control of the match for a long period. Well, that's not going to cause Biggs any problems in terms of hitting it. Now, if he hits it right, he could end up going a long ways, hit it in the top side. He wanted to try and maybe hit that in the back end, and he scratched. Oh, he's a psychiatrist, though, isn't he?
Well, what happened there? Big Z didn't win that game?
Well, you bailed out as soon as you said it's going to be 11. He rattled the 8-ball in the corner pocket.
Oh, did I curse him?
Yeah, certainly did.
He gave up the shot here. Getting on the 2-ball is tricky. Let's see what he tries. I like it. He's not going to come out good, though. Wow, that's brutal.
Yeah, there was actually, again, talking about this chatting during matches, Mr. Fox and Interchange X were doing a fair bit of chatting during the match, and again, as I say, I ain't into conversations when I'm playing. Now, he called a 7, and it just got there on its last breath.
Hit a little easy.
But yeah. He's now, I don't know whether he can sneak this away and lock him up. It's too tight, I think.
That's tough. He can. He hit it good. Yeah, he couldn't get him right on the 5, but that's pretty damn good there. Yeah, Snake Eyes looks like he's playing pretty good. So Biggs is ahead, which means he must be a pretty good player.
Yeah, I'm on a mission to teach my team, my VP4 team, none of this Mr. Nice Guy stuff. Brutal.
You got to get way up on a cue ball on this.
Yep. It's running and it's tracking, but it's a bit short on legs.
The shot's there. He's still got the shot. The issue is getting on the 4, and the titty is in play here. Yeah, you just got to hit this with left English. Try to make the 3-ball, and you're going to take your chances.
Let's look at it from his end.
If it comes back too much, that's better than coming back too little. See, he's not hitting this with English, which I think is a mistake. Now he has to get the tit the right way. Well, it's hard to say because he didn't make the ball. It certainly backed up the table a lot.
Well, Big says he's chance to redeem himself here. Is that going to get there? Is it going to get there? I don't think it's going to get there.
Oh, that was a tough shot. Well, he did brush the rail. It probably would have gone if he didn't brush the rail. That's a tough shot.
That just ate up the last remaining pace in that ball there to kill it on the edge of the pocket.
In real life, if you're going to hit that shot, you'd shoot a kill shot. You'd use backspin to slow the cue ball down. And I think even on VP, that shot's a little easier if you kill it. All right, well, this is sitting pretty good. I mean, even if you run into the 9-ball, you're probably okay. There's a place on the outside where it wouldn't be.
There's an interesting thing. I mean, I know a pool table's a 9-foot table, and a snooker table's 12-foot. Do you see many pool players, or yourself, Steve? Do you ever use the drag shot a lot? Have you get occasions where you use the drag shot where you?
In real life, I hit all the time.
Yeah, so you're playing long shots, maybe one end of the table to the other, and you're dragging it. It's as if you're trying to put backspin in the cue ball, but it goes forward momentum and then it kills the pace.
Yeah, I mean that shot comes up all the time. Because if you want to hit a ball easy across the table, if you just roll it, you're just asking for it to roll out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, on VP you can get away with it, but in real life, I mean, you're gonna kill the cue ball because you just can't afford to hit it that easy.
I don't see an awful lot of sort of lower rated players playing those sort of shots.
Well, he was on the thin side of that pocket, and that really cost him.
This has suddenly got very ugly.
He needed to be on the thick side of the pocket.
I'll tell you, take my hat off if you get this in.
Yeah, this is definitely a difficult shot.
Yeah, it was. That had to be so pure, and he's going to scratch as well, I think.
Did he hook him?
Oh no.
No titty hook.
Thought he was going to scratch.
No scratch, no titty hook. Yeah, the thing is that's just tough. I mean, I think he needed to do something with that 8-ball, like hit it with a lot of English, or try to run the cue ball into the 9, or there's a bunch of different things that could have been done there.
Oh, unbelievable!
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
I'll tell you, Big E or Biggs, if you're still in this stream, you're going to live to regret it.
Christmas just came early there.
What did I say to him? What did I tell him when he came into the stream there? I told him, get himself out, he better be out.
Yeah, you don't need distractions. It's hard enough to play.
Suddenly Snake Eyes is breathing down the net, and he's committed two cardinal sins. Rattling the 8-ball, leaving it hanging for a gift.
Well, he got given the game and, was going to be a 2-game swing, and he gave it right back.
Yeah. 6-1 to Sylvia now.
Pushes out too. Yeah, see, I don't like this push out. It's too close to the 1 ball. There's too many things you can do from here.
Oh yeah, you can go either way, whatever you.
Yeah, I mean it's just that's not a good push out. He's not going to be getting this one back. I probably try to stick him on the 6 myself. It's pretty natural. Well, I'm not sure what he was doing there. That was looks like he's trying to get lucky, and he didn't.
Put it this way, maybe he was trying to lock balls up, because he certainly achieved that part of the shot.
Well, except that 4-8's dead.
Oh, it is, yep.
Yeah, well.
Snake Eyes is going to have another go here. But
whatever he was trying to do, he got away with it, because now this shot's kind of tricky. You got to hit this low left and try to come off the rail and run into the 7. He's not going to do that. He's going to stay high. Well, if that's your plan, you should be playing safe here somehow. This is tricky safe though, and this is.
Well, the 6 is a stopper, and if it's a bit of spin on it, he wants to try.
You have to do it that way because you can't go the other way. He's playing the shot.
I think he's still trying to duck away, though. He's just doing it for security.
And that was well played. That was what you had to play.
Let's watch a replay of that last
other
shot.
side of the 6 was no good. Yeah, that was well played there.
End result was perfect. Oh, this might be lucky as well.
Look at this.
I don't think he wants to slam this.
I'm not sure why he wouldn't be playing safe here.
Well, he's called a 10, so he's looking as if he's going to blast this and try and get lucky in the 10, or is he just calling it for the sake? Well, that's got me totally baffled as to what he's up to there.
He's trying to masse the ball.
Yeah.
Not well.
So he's hit the 6, but luckily nothing else has went over towards that. But as we say, I mean, Steve said that 4 ball's dead. The 8 ball's dead down the rail.
Oh, he's got himself a little funny here.
Oh,
And
unbelievable.
Well, he tried to hit it with inside, which is, the right shot, but didn't execute it well.
Well, things have gone downhill rather rapidly here for Biggs since I joined the room.
Now, Snake Eyes probably didn't realize the 8 was dead, and
Yeah,
he tried to break it out. Look what he's done to himself.
He's locked himself. I mean, that's crazy.
I mean, the 8 ball went in the hole.
It was absolutely plumb dead set.
He just never looked at it. And he's probably going to give up something here. Well, he didn't give up a whole lot because I don't think the combo's on. The 4 is so tight by past that 9.
I think the combo is on. I think there's enough to cut it.
6 balls in a way.
Oh, he's not interested. I thought there was the Matt, but then again, don't believe me with my eyes.
Oh, that was a really well played shot there. That was a tough save.
Now, can he see an edge?
Efron-esque, that shot.
Can he see an edge, or is he going to try it? No, he can't see an edge.
He's kicking.
Oh dear.
Wrong ball. I'll tell you what, that was one hell of a safety.
Well, there's a bit of pressure on Biggs here because he's faffed about here for the last 15 minutes, and he's at the stage now where he has to see this through to keep his lead. And again, he's all over the place. He is all over the place.
We didn't see most of this match. Either Snake Eyes was dogging his brains out, playing terrible, or Biggs is having trouble with the pressure now.
Yeah, well, it's certainly gone downhill. I mean, if he's been doing what he's been doing all night, then there's no way this scores 10-9 to him, put it that way. So I think Snake Eyes has contributed a lot.
Ton of right English, and he's not doing it. Lots of right English here. Yeah, I just don't get hitting it like that.
It's a bit nervy. See, the right English to straighten the cue ball off the rail and come back into the table just to get high enough in the 7
You want to angle it, controls the speed. It makes it easier to make that 6 ball. You don't have to cut it as much. I mean, it did all kinds of good things for you there.
Well, this is an ugly rack, and ugly for all the right reasons.
Yeah, I mean,
bad shots.
Well, Biggs just dogged
bad
the
misses.
heck out of the 5 ball and ended up winning the rack. That was a huge game because now it's 2-1.
It could be my voodoo, Mark. It could be.
Get out that fail button.
Well, there we go.
Man, look at this. He's got a chippy here. Look at this.
This to get back to within 1. It's got there.
Well, that was huge. Let's see what Snake Eyes can come up with. He's breaking straight on, which I don't particularly like. You're better off actually. Well, you got the 1 ball to come out, though.
A couple of balls have got in. Don't know what they were. 2 and the 4.
Good break. Unfortunately, the 3 ball's sitting pretty funny. I don't think it can be made in that corner.
No.
There's only really 1 pocket it goes in.
Well, he's looking for a hit. Oh, he's unlucky.
Yeah, but see, he's close here, so he can play safe.
Well,
that's the thing is,
he's got to nail him.
If you're this close, you can do a lot.
You've got to be confident enough to play it.
If he's going to try to get him on the 7, it's a little touchy, unless he goes forward into the rail. But if you're doing that, you might as well not call the ball because you're going to hook yourself. Yeah, I calling the ball there does no good when you're playing that kind of shot because it doesn't matter. If it goes in, you don't want it anyways.
Well, he's got cover. Oh, is it? It's catching the jaws.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Snake Eyes played a really good safety, so I mean, he reaped the benefits, even if it was a little lucky getting the bounce off the titties.
Well,
did he get straight in on this? Oh boy.
This 6 ball does go though. It does go past the 7.
Go. Okay, he's okay then. He got himself a little funny here too. He's gonna have to back this up. Well, I would have backed out a little more. Okay, so here's what you do here. You're gonna stun this past the 9 ball and go 2 or 3 rails to get on that 8. No one rail shape here. You just hit it harder and go to the end rail. Yeah, see, he played it wrong. He's trying to play one rail shape there, and it was guaranteed if you stun it past that 9 and go to the end rail that you're going to come up with a good shot.
Yeah, wide open spaces.
He's lucky he's got this shot.
Wide open spaces in that left side there.
Yeah. Well, it's that thinking just one rail, you know, and he didn't get the right position on the 7 to play that way.
He's
he handled that well.
As if he's going to see it through, but he stuck himself to the rail. But
yeah, well, he should be okay. I mean, you don't want this shot. You'd rather be closer, but it's VP.
Is he going to be brave enough to go forward? Go forward and take it into the side. Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
Shot. All right, so Snake Eyes, he got away with one there, and he didn't play that 7 right, but he got away with it.
Well, I'm looking at your comment further up there, Slim. I'm sure the longer stub goes on in this tournament, we'll get a bit of bickering. I can guarantee you that.
Boy, that's too bad that 10 ball went and almost had a very short game. If that 10 ball would have hung up, this game was over. Boy, that was well played there. Let me tell you what,
you had, replay of that last
you had
shot.
to know the 1 was going to hit the 6. That was really well played.
Yeah, just off the rail, bumped the back end of the 6.
Yeah, this isn't a hard kick. You're going to want to hit the end rail before the 1. Yeah, he just hit it too far before the 1.
Well, this is going to test Biggs' nerve. Because it's the old comment, they're all there. The only problem is the 7.
This is a pretty easy table, so
well, the 7's the issue because you've got to get it from that 6 and the 9's blocked the pocket, so...
Yeah, but it's, you know, there's...
And we're talking about the techniques as to how to get to that 7, Steve.
You got a lot of pockets. Well, you want angle on the 1. What you have to decide is how you want to roll at it.
Let's have a look. See
I
what he's done.
would have rather been probably further above it or a little below it. That is too straight in. See, that's no good.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a huge mistake leaving the cue ball there.
Well, he's decided to take his medicine, and I don't think he could have put the cue ball any better as far as the combo goes.
Oh, that's wonderful.
He's landed right on the line. Now he has to just read this right.
It's still a combo. That's the thing, is it's still a combo. And combos are hard, and he played that really well.
Now, out to the right, as he's checking it up, he's checking it up. See, I would have just went round to the right. If you leave yourself a wee bit short, you'll get this little sort of nervy one. I wouldn't
Yeah,
around the
he's not
corner.
going to miss this. Of course, some of the shots he's missed earlier, you got to wonder. All right, so
You seen it through.
Biggs on the hill, Snake Eyes breaking. This is all set up for another wonderful finish here.
Stop the centre break.
Yeah, he's hit. I'll see that time he hit the one ball dead on.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh. Well, it's destiny in Big's hands now.
Now, he's looked at where the 2 is, so obviously now he's going to have to roll through into that gap, but roll through far enough to get enough of the 2 to play a billiard.
This is the right play, and you want to hit this so you roll past the 6 ball.
Yeah, there's no way he can play a billiard.
Well, he didn't roll past. He didn't get it high enough on the cue ball. I mean, that was
look what he's left.
That was silly with ball in hand. He played the right shot, except his tip needed to be higher on the cue ball, so it went forward more. I mean, that's just crazy bad there with ball in hand to roll up like that.
Now, how long ago did Biggs type? What's that, 12? I think he's just typed the right back. He's maybe gone to the bathroom.
Well, he typed it before Snake Eyes shot. I think he thought Snake Eyes was going to make that, but I don't think he looked at the shot well because it really didn't look like it was on.
Sylvia 7-3 up.
Well, so the good news for Biggs is this is sitting perfect to get on the 3 ball. The bad news is he may not get back from the bathroom before he runs out of shot clock.
Yeah, never a good idea to say that in the middle of the rack. It's better to do that prior to the end of the rack, and then
Well, you do it on your break, or ask the other guy to wait on his break. I mean,
exactly.
I mean, he could lose this match on this bad decision.
Well, he better get a move on, and he has.
Well, and there he had to rush it. He should have gone forward and over. He just rushed it, and now, I mean, that bathroom break could cost him the match.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
He's funny on this 4, though. He's going to have to bank this 5. I mean, yeah, he's going to just have to make the 4 and bank the 5 in the same pocket. That's his only choice here. Oh, he looks like he may be trying to come out. That would be a mistake here. No, he's not. Yep, that's the right play. Now, this is a bank shot that's like almost guaranteed if you know how to bank. I mean, this is a really easy bank shot. So this is not one you should be missing. The main thing is getting the cue ball rolling on the right line.
Let's watch a replay of that last
easy.
shot.
Well, he's got a couple choices here. He's going with the back cut. It looks like he's hit it pretty good. Well, it looks like he's going to get away with that bathroom break. Well, maybe I shouldn't speak so soon. I mean, you got to figure he's going to play the combo here. I mean, this is a lot easier than a combo he played for before. I can't imagine he wouldn't play for the combo. Oh, what's he doing? Yeah, that's a silly play because the combo was easy. Now, why would you do that? Yeah, well, that could cost him the match. That was a terrible decision. Well, you didn't even have to trust it. I mean, he could have been anywhere in a 3-foot circle and that combo was going in. I mean, that was just, I just don't get that. Now look at this. Look at this.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Oh my God. This is hard to watch because these guys both are coughing fur balls up. All right, well, this is a pretty simple, and he's going back with this. Why would you go back? That's stupid. Yeah, that's just silly going back on that because that brings a side pocket into play. It's way simpler shot going forward. Look at this.
And I'm muted again, aye.
Oh, look at this. Oh, this is an
Let's watch the replay of
unbelievable
that last shot.
this match. These guys have so much fur on the keyboard right now. I mean, this is unbelievable. There was 3 fur balls apiece coughed up in the same game. Oh my God! Well, anything could happen now.
Well, I will tell you something though. Biggs. I mean, he just did not play the right shot there for the 10 to start with.
Well,
This game was over. This match was done.
It was over and over again, that match. I mean, Snake Eyes should have won or he dogged the 8-ball. I'm very surprised he shot that.
Well,
but it was well executed.
I think you've been diplomatic, Slim, in your statement. You've been diplomatic because what we've seen in the last 15 minutes has been... well, let's just say these two guys ain't going to survive in this tournament very long.
Not playing
well,
like this.
Well, one of them's going tonight, but whoever gets through, it doesn't matter. Unless they up their game and get their ideas sorted out. They're cannon fodder.
Well, I mean, Biggs is definitely playing above his rating. I mean, obviously, his rating doesn't match where he's at.
Yeah, definitely. It's a coin flip. But the old nerves have kicked in. I think the nerves have kicked in as soon as we've joined. As soon as they realise it's gone downhill for them.
This is no guaranteed out, but Snake Eyes is, right now looking a lot under control. That 7-ball does go by. You've got to get the right angle on the 6.
And he's got to get through far enough on it.
He's done it. That's perfect.
No, it's tight, that.
Well, there's enough room. He's fine. He's fine. You probably don't want to leave the cue pinned on the rail here, but you could get away with it.
Well, the question is whether he thinks he's fine, Steve, and he's going to try and... No, he is going for it. This is tight.
He's got 3/4 of a pocket. This is not that tight.
Not in his head, he hasn't. That 8-ball's in the way as far as he's concerned.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to roll this, he's going to get a funny angle on the 8. I would jack up on this a little and try to stun it. Well, he doesn't have to get a funny angle, but it's more likely rolling this. He needs to hit this hard enough to come off the rail, and he didn't. That's the angle you don't want.
Well, he got the pot.
Yeah, well,
he's got loads of room to go on the 9. I mean, he should be coming through this. He should be dragging this in and just stunning into the table and coming back off the short rail down here.
Yeah, or he could load it up with spin and go around the corner. Yeah, he's gonna dink it. You know what? That's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, it's a little funny, but this just control the speed on this shot.
I would have let loose there.
I probably would have too. But, I look at everything like real life, and that kind of stroke in real life is not usually the one you want.
Well, this is not quite as funny as the last 10-ball that he had.
It was the 8-ball he dogged, and this one's a little better.
Biggs has learned a big lesson tonight, and that is don't come into the stream just because we're in live streaming it. Don't come into the chat, because from there, oh dear. Unbelievable.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Oh my God.
Commentators curse.
Somebody's going to slit their wrists here. I'm not sure which one.
Commentators curse.
It may be a dual suicide after this match. Oh my God. Oh boy.
Well, aren't we glad that's over?
Oh, that's brutal.
Well,
that is brutal. I guarantee you they both got a headache now. Wow.
Oh dear. That's what I've just typed in the lobby. Big says my word. I could think of other things to say if that was me. But my goodness. Well,
that was brutal.
He's ended up getting over the line, but I tell you, that's 2 funny 10-balls that Snake Eyes was on, and he fell flat in both of them. And he should have had it all won. Right.
Well, Snake Eyes had a little class there, just a game well played. I mean,
Well, we
Got
might.
your class and snake eyes.
Well, Sylvia's going to be 3 racks in front again. Now, I hope for their sake that they don't go downhill rapidly now that I've joined the room. Yeah, that was painful. I think that's the perfect adjective to describe that. It was painful. I don't know.
That was painful for the winner and the loser.
I don't know who's feeling the hurt more. I think I'm feeling the hurt for both of them. So Chico's break. He's got hook ball. Was it the 9 ball's gone? No shot in the one other than a thin edge. Now, where's this cue ball finishing? Oh, I think it's just got there. Just got there, no more.
You do have a safety play here. Let's see.
Yeah, Isabel,
It's
she
a
lost
little
this
tricky,
morning.
though. That was well played there. Just that was very well played. That was a shot.
Yeah, covers there.
That was a shot. Getting the cue ball running down into those and using the 8 and 10.
Yeah, Sylvia was playing this morning while I was at work. She's doing everything to avoid my presence, but I will not be denied.
Well, got to figure that this combination is going to get shot here. Yeah, that's what she's going to do. This is pretty straightforward and should have a shot on the 1 ball almost no matter how you hit this unless you blast it.
And you've got to then think that she plays the billiard off the 2 onto the 5.
Yep, and the 2's going to scoot right across the end rail. I mean, this is sitting really good. You just need to pull this over on the long rail. Kind of low on the cue ball. Why is she trying to break it out? See, that's just...
Billiard was staring you right in the face, wasn't it?
I mean, that's just not looking at it and realizing what's there.
And she tried to draw back on calling the 5. Yes, she is.
I would just draw back and play the safety. See, that's hit way too hard. You could have hit that real delicate and drawn it back behind the 7 ball and left the 2 up table. That shot was on.
So let's have a look at Chico and see what sort of level he's at.
Well, his rating's about the same as Sylvia's. It's actually a little higher. But he's down in this match.
Yeah, I don't know whether he can get out of that there without running into that 7. Well, he's did his best to try and get that around the rails there, falling a wee bit short. Well, he's playing fairly loose. He's letting it go.
I think somebody in the stream said that that's how he plays, is loose. You know, this bank's a teeny bit funny. If you roll it, it goes long. You need to hit it with speed or hit a little on the left. If you just roll it straight ahead, it'll go long. Looks like he's hitting a little to the left of the center, which will make it.
Now, it's going to be the cut down the table or up the table, however you want to describe it.
Yeah, this is an easy shot unless you fall for some sort of optical delusion.
Where's he calling now? Yeah. I mean, this goes in every day of the week. And it's back to within 2. Now, where are these guys breaking from? Sylvia's going inside, or inside the first diamond as I describe it. And no joy. No joy, but nothing left on. Well, if he plays the push to there, he's got to be in cover in a minute or two.
Well, that's not a terrible push. I mean, this safety isn't guaranteed, but
Well, I'd be playing it harder than that.
Yeah, that was not the right way to play
I mean,
it. You wanted to try to use a 7 and 8. You wanted to move it down the rail and
you
put
want
the
to send it
cue ball
that
up
way
the rail
and get it down this end, and you're looking for cover with these balls.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
she'll get away with it against him because, you know, he probably doesn't have a real strong safety game, but against a different player, that would have potentially been fatal.
it's not a great angle.
This is tricky here because the 9 ball's in the way.
Yeah.
And, you know, you almost got to try to come off the edge of the 9 ball and come back and hit the rail where the cue ball is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's
and I'm not sure you can do that. Well, you know, that was actually not a bad idea. Just overcooked it early. That was a well-played shot. Probably needed a little bit more right English and a little less top, and that comes down the table. I mean, that was tough. That was like an Efren shot there. Efren plays that shot all the time, that kind of loop-de-loo like that. That's one of Efren's favorite shots.
Well, this is going to come into the gap.
Yeah, that was well played. Recognize the natural position.
1, 2, 3, 4 ball into the side. And it looks like the 5 ball in past the 6 up top.
That would be the way to play it.
Well, he's going
for the side pocket.
Now, if he gets on the mark, let's have a look at the angle.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. You just draw this back.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't have gone forward.
Yeah.
Going forward, it was for sure going to hit the 10.
It's a missed call now. What does?
No, that's not a missed call.
What happened here? Did the 10 ball not go in? What ball went in?
But that's not a missed call. The 10 ball went in. That is not a missed call. He was shooting a 5, and he made the 5.
Right,
the 10
I've got you.
Goes in. Yeah.
That's lack of food, Steve. That's starvation that's setting. I'm wasting away to nothing here.
Yeah, this is a tricky little bank here. This bank can be made. You have to hit it with low and right English. She's just going to play safe, and that's never a bad idea. Make him kick, especially because, you know, one of the reasons to play, well, if he's a great 3-cushion player, he's got a pretty good chance to kick this in.
Excellent.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
If you play 3-cushion, that's not that hard to kick.
Well,
and that's exactly the way to play it, is off the rail like that.
You got that call right there, Bedhead. That's probably that's his game, isn't it? Probably Chiku, rather than 9 ball or 10 ball.
It's kind of a fail on the 7 ball, way under hit. So this looks like it's going to be 9-6.
Oh dear! What happened here? Did he not get to the ball?
No, it was way under hit. It was just power failure.
Or in other words, a little choke. I think that's maybe what that was. So Sylvia's preserving her lead with the able help of her opponent, and she's gone to the snake eye shot.
Yeah, this is worse than snake eyes.
Oh, this is square.
But see, I don't think these shots are hard.
Yeah, but they're hard in the head, hard in the mind, Steve. But it's gone in.
I think it depends on how you aim balls. I'll tell you what, in real life, you'll see a lot of players struggle with that shot, but you won't see a good player struggle with that. Like, you know, you watch I'm talking about like a champion or somebody who can really play. They'll never miss that ball.
There's something to talk about, Steve. In snooker, there's the odd occasion where there's a few players, not an awful lot, but there's a few players in the pro game in snooker where they sight out a particular eye, and some it's more noticeable than others, depending on where the cue is under the chin. When you look at pool players, they're a sort of more upright stance. So where are they sighting from? I mean, like if I asked you,
all over the place.
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
There's, here's the thing: is I know a guy that wrote a book. I've got it on head position and eyes and tilt of the head and all the different things that can be all the things with the eyes. And it's a really well written book. It's a very good piece of research. But in my experience, it doesn't really matter that much. Some people play what, you could call a rifleman, where like the cue is under one eye.
Yeah.
For a right-handed player, most likely it's the right eye, but it could be the left eye too. Some people play with it in the middle. Some people kind of cock their head a little, so they'll rotate their head like if you're left eye dominant, okay, well, there's two ways to get your left eye more involved. One is to move the cue over, which is a little harder when you're right-handed because your body's there.
Mm-hmm.
And the other is to rotate your head to the right so that your left eye is kind of like in front of your right eye as far as the face plane goes. So, I mean, I could go on and on and on about this because I've thought about this a lot. I've tried a lot of things, but I will tell you that pool players play all different ways, just like snooker players. It is very noticeable if you get the right angle with a camera view. If you're watching on a camera, if you're watching in real life, I mean, you can get yourself positioned where you can see it. But there's no right way to do it in my mind. You're going to have to get used to what it looks like.
Well, a little bump in the 10 ball keeps the cue ball in play, because that could have just died a death on it.
But I will tell you, a lot of it has to do with dominant eye, what people go to. And if you want a good example of a player that plays with a cue under their eye, Earl Strickland. He plays with his cue dead under his right eye. It's very noticeable.
Yeah.
I'm actually more surprised snooker players doing it as rigid as the snooker training is.
Yeah, I mean,
the snooker training, they're going to teach you to put it in the middle probably and this and that. But, with good players, they find out what's going to work for them. Even if the training says put it in the middle, they may not always do that.
There's a Scottish player, I can't remember his name, but he'd been... he was what I would call a journeyman professional. He'd never won anything major. And he'd been out of the game for a long period of time because he had big back problems, and he was back playing a little while ago. But he's one of these players where it is really noticeable how he sights the ball when you're watching, when the TV camera's looking at him head on. There's certain players you can spot it a mile away.
Well, Sylvia's up to a 4-game lead here. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty noticeable on some people, but, I've actually changed. I played with my right eye. I played with my left eye, but, and I can move my head the right way and play all kinds of different ways. But I've kind of just gravitate towards not thinking about it, and it goes where it wants to.
Yeah, autopilot, yeah.
I will tell you a good little test that I came up with, because people struggle with this a lot, okay? So here's what you do. You take the cue ball and put it on the head spot. And then you take an object ball and you put it like, like an inch out from the rail at a diamond above the side pocket. So you got a pretty good steep cut angle. You're going to cut it down past the side pocket into the corner. Okay. So you do that, hitting it both on the left side and the right side. So in other words, you use the other side of the table too.
Right.
Now, this is my little test for head position. If your head is in the wrong position for you, what's going to happen is one of those balls you're going to undercut and one of them you're going to overcut.
Right.
And if you do that, and you do that consistently, what it tells me is that your eyes are wrong. And I'm not saying that you need to move your head laterally. Maybe it's a rotation, but your eyes are wrong if the cut to the right and the cut to the left don't do the same thing. Now, if you're not a good enough player to stroke that and hit that consistently well enough, then, you know, you could miss anyways. I mean, you have to have a good enough stroke and be a good enough player where there's some validity to the test.
Well, the mistakes are happening fairly thick and fast here.
Yeah, well, I think that was a good safety idea. It just didn't get there. See what he's going to do here. He's going to probably shoot at this.
This is Sylvia.
Oh, she's going to shoot at this. And going to give something up here, too. Let's see, does that 7 ball still go? Well, maybe not. I'd say it's I'd say 50-50 best on him getting out here. This is a little tricky.
Well, not only is it, and well, he's coming away to try and avoid the hitting the 8 ball to get on the 4, obviously.
Well, that's not a problem, but you know, I mean, it could be a 7-8 combo. That could be the play there. Is the 7-8 combo sitting pretty good? Yeah. That's what I'd be thinking about playing for. So need to get on this 5 ball the right way to do that, though. And that's kind of a not a very good shot. So this is kind of tricky because you're going to go forward. You could play for the 7 in the side pocket, you know, get behind it. And I guess it's going to be the combo. Oh, no, it's going to be a miss.
Oh, it's hung. I never even thought of the 5 ball. I'd given him the 5 ball there.
Now, Sylvia is smart here. She won't play the breakout. She'll play for the combo. Well, I don't know what that is. That's other than no good. I don't think you cut this ball. I think it might be time to play safe. Well, I guess you could play the billiard here. Yeah, the billiard will go. I think you might have to jack up on it a touch to make it, though.
Yeah, you've definitely got to jack up. I think she's trying to duck behind the 10 and 9. And that'll do it.
That was a tricky safety, but it was well played.
Not difficult to hit the 7, obviously, but, you know, it's...
getting the speed right. And here goes a blast, and it may come out good. It's going to hold up there with the English.
Well, again, great opportunity for distance here. And especially where the 7 ball's going, it's unlikely that you're going to leave a bank on a 7 back down past this 8 ball. The cue ball's still spinning. But
he hit that hard with a lot of English.
Feather light touch in the 7 around the angles. The 7's going that way, so it's, you know, you'd be unlucky to leave a bank. And that works as well.
Yeah, that was well done. Well, if he's a good billiard player, it's just another one of those ones you can kick in. Oh, this one's tougher because it's off the rail more. Well, that was a good idea. That was actually a pretty good idea for a safe. It just didn't come up with it.
Another ounce of running and it would have been good.
Yeah, that was a good shot that didn't come off. Well, this is that shot VPers don't like, the one I do. Cut it back and just hold it, shoot the 8 in the side. Maybe too much draw on it. No, it was good. It just didn't make the ball.
That's exactly what she tried.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Well, let's see what side of the 10 ball you're going to go to here.
No.
I'm going up and down.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I'm going up and down every time.
That's a given. You know, get there. And now this is another test. You know,
why?
Just a little dink in. How's it controlling the cue ball? Because a little dink in and then fall inside the 10 ball.
I'd always.
He's going 3 rails.
I'd hit this with right English and go 2 rails every time.
And open
He's
it up.
Going around the table. Well, that's way overhit. Yeah, that's more about getting a lot of English and letting the English work than it is hitting it that hard. But I mean, he's came up with a shot.
Yeah, but if you were confident, you would have played it. You'd have played it inside the 10 into the 10 over on the left side. Oh goodness! Well, maybe you should have done that.
Well, you know, every time you leave it a little longer, you reduces the chance of making it. Although that thing was hit so dead into the end rail, it's hard to imagine how you miss it by that much.
It makes you wonder what eye he's sighting it with.
Yeah. Maybe he needs to scoot his chair over and get in a different spot, get his head in a different spot on the monitor.
Yeah.
And that was crazy bad. That looked like something I would do.
Well, Sylvia's got, 5 rack lead? She's really got to fall apart now to lose this.
No, and this rack's sitting pretty good. Let's see if she can run this out. I mean, there's no real trouble in this rack.
Oh, well.
I guess if you're going to miss the ball, it's trouble.
The old commentator's curse again.
Yeah, I guess I cursed her there. Wow.
And she had a reasonable bit of cover on that one because there was not enough of it shown, I don't think. Now, does the 4 ball go past the 7 on that top rail?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
No problem. It's got almost a whole pocket.
Well, another exercise in trying to run the table out. So again, plan ahead of where you're going. 2 ball isn't a problem. 3 balls are rolled through for the 4. But
you just need to get fairly straight in on this 3. That's all that matters.
And you need that little angle before.
Fairly straight in.
No.
That's just not good there. It's little things like that make it a lot tougher.
Trying to hold for the 4, but it was a tall order.
Take an easy situation to make it tough there. Well, she's got the kick here. The only tricky thing about it is, it's a little tricky because you got to put English on it, which is hard to judge, especially when you're jacked up over a ball. That makes this shot a lot harder.
Yeah, but you've got a target to get to. Hitting the rail in the 4 ball is a reasonable enough target.
Well,
it's awkward.
It's sitting a good distance off the rail. That makes it easier. But,
no,
she's going to play safe because she just doesn't like it. And that's not a terrible choice. Did she leave it, though?
No, I think
no. So this is a ball I'd be trying to kick in every time. Because the cue ball is going to come out for the 5. If you make this, the cue ball will come out for the 5 in the side pocket. You don't want to bunt this. You want to hit this with speed. Yeah, he put a lot of English on it. That was too much. And he didn't hit it hard. I think if he would have hit it hard, that amount of English would have been okay.
No.
You would think she'd be out on this one. I guess I'm cursing her again, huh?
Well, the one thing that's become more than obvious with the matches that we've seen tonight, probably not the first match, but with these other 2 matches, these players are not playing at a level that gives you a lot of hope for their chances of progression further into the tournament. Yeah, they're living on borrowed time, shall we say.
Yeah.
And there's the old VP4 big stun draw, and there it goes.
Yeah, overcut it just a touch, and
this is this charitable thing that's going on just to keep your opponent back into keep him in the match. Great opportunity to get on the hill, but Chico, well, he should be nipping one back here.
Well, they've been giving it back and forth, so anything could happen, but I don't see Chico winning because he's going to make too many mistakes. Sylvia's going to get chances, and, I just don't see how Chico's going to win from here.
Chico says, just about ready for bed. I'm just about ready for dinner, and it's 9:20. Mind you, I don't have work tomorrow because obviously all the businesses are closed.
I'm getting hungry too, and now you're making me more hungry talking about food.
Oh yeah, my stomach is telling me that. But we'll take care of business as soon as this is all over. So 11-7. Sylvia's breaks dry.
Yeah, well, she'll get back to the table. I can know what. Anybody want to bet on whether she gets back to the table or not?
Well,
I'm betting he doesn't run out here.
Let's see what line he's got here. Well, he's got the first part, but the cue ball's leaking away. I mean, that's not where he wanted to be, I can guarantee you that.
Well, I think the real question isn't whether or not he's going to run out. The real question is how many chances are each one of them going to get?
Well, he's got that one.
So far this match, we've been watching each player get to the table multiple times every game.
Huge margin of error here to get top side of the board into the side. And he's even hit that shot. I mean,
yeah, that's the wrong side of the line.
So now we're running loose.
Well, the problem here is that this isn't that easy a combination. I'm sure he's going to call it. Yeah, you need to hit this with a little speed and get the cue ball out and around, because otherwise you're not going to have a shot.
This is going to be stuck in the rail, I think, this 5.
Yeah. Now the question is
well, it's not. It's a couple of, it's like half an inch off the rail.
Well, one shot's to try to pin him on the 10, but the problem is if you don't get him, you're screwed. She's going to try the 8, and that's sort of a similar situation.
What lines he got? That's just a bit straightish, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's dead straight.
This is easy. What's he drawing the ball for? Let's just go forward. What is going on here? Oh no, let's just go forward. Oh, let's just go forward.
Now,
Put maybe just a touch of left English on it and go forward.
I think he could have just taken the left jaw of that pocket with left English and got there.
Oh, you didn't even need left English. Well, I would have put a little on just because it helps. You didn't need to go into the left side of the pocket.
It looked dead straight.
You could have hit that dead in the center of the pocket and you were getting to the rail. It had a little angle.
Well, as you said, it's
no good there.
Chance after chance, opportunity.
You're going to play the bank? Yep. I like this idea.
And if she banks really bad, it will go in off a 7.
You gotta hit this not too hard.
And that's too bad.
Yeah.
Well, again, wide open table, but what's Chiku going to come up with?
Like I said, the bet we should be making is how many times each player is going to get to the table.
He's looking at it in the side for a second there, I think.
Yeah, I don't know why you're drawing this that hard. You're just kind of hard stunned. That was the wrong way to play it. He got lucky and got away with it. Now let's see how we can do this wrong. Okay, that was okay. Play it rail first. And it just came out a little funny. I think this is the time for the big draw shot here.
Now this has just got to be controlled, this cue ball here, just to get it to...
Just a little left English and bring the cue ball straight across.
Just to let it run,
just like
that's
that.
Fine.
So now it's going to be 11-8. It was 11-6 at one point, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's not nervous time yet, but one more game and could start getting nervous, being nervous time. But, that's the way pool is. That's what's great about VP is you can get real nervous playing VP. I mean, and you got to love that. I mean, that's the feeling you got to love is being nervous.
Oh, yeah.
Because it means you're alive.
I was nervous on Saturday night, I can tell you that, and I wasn't playing. Crucial match with Popman that he came through.
Oh, that was a really well played save there.
Good result.
Yeah, I mean, it's a standard save, but you know, a lot of VP players don't play that, and if they do, they don't play it well like that. I mean, that's how you want to do it, right? Like that, make it tough. Because this is, this is going to have to hit the long rail right next to the cue ball. And this is a little tricky to judge. Well,
He's got the
got
hit.
lucky. Got lucky. Got really lucky.
Yeah.
I think she can see the edge of it though. Now, what you want to do is pin this right on the two ball.
Yeah, but
That's
you
the
don't.
shot.
Yeah.
Roll this right on top of the two.
And if you don't get it, you don't want to leave a combo.
Well, she hit the one a little thick. That was the problem. It was just a teeny bit thick on that one ball. I mean, that's a touchy shot.
Is Chico
Oh,
gonna?
this is not the easiest combo in the world.
He's ducking away.
Yeah. And he's going to get lucky again. This is a screwy situation here. I'd almost play this. I'd almost play really to hook on the 2 and 8 here. This is a tough situation. It's sitting really funny. She's going to play the combo. I don't think that's a terrible idea, even though it's a very difficult combo. She's in a bad spot here. Yeah, that was a tough situation. Well, let's see what Chico does here. Getting on the 2 ball is kind of tricky.
I think he's going to run into this 7
shot.
and bump the side of it. Is he? No, is he?
I think he's got it. That was a fine shot.
He's just on it.
Well, that's from playing billiards because he understands how the cue ball is going to move around the table multiple rails. That's from playing billiards. Billiard players understand the line the ball's going to take multiple rails. They understand how the ball is going to open or close off of rails based on the spin.
And obviously there's a big.
I'm saying it's Chiku. Is it Chiku instead of Chico?
Yeah, Chiku.
Chiku. Well, sorry, Chico.
But
that's my lack of.
If we call Cheeky Chico Cheeky Chiku from now on, then there will be no confusion because we're always just using Chiku one way or another. Either Chico on his own or Cheeky Chico. Cheeky Chiku, sorry. But Chiku is going to be causing a little bit of nerves with Sylvia.
She may feel a little heat. Nerves is okay. Heat's no good.
So back to 2. Race to 13. Eight ball into the right side pocket. No real shot in the 1.
No.
I mean, it doesn't bank.
She'll play safe here, I think.
Oh, I think she's lining up for the cut. This is going to have a go at the cut. Yeah.
I didn't like that shot. That was a tough shot.
And look at the table. Chico, here's your invitation to the party.
Yeah, but he hasn't shown himself capable of running out racks, even on racks that are pretty easy. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but he hasn't gotten out on too many of them.
No.
I think he will go forward here. And this is the right way to go. This is pretty easy going forward. You just got to miss the 10. That's the one ball that can get you.
Miss the 10. That's the. Oh, where's the cue ball going? No, where's the cue ball going?
Where's the cue ball going?
That's what I was saying there, John. Well, Sylvia with the opportunity now, and as you said, Steve, I mean, it was a wide open table. Table's looking nice, easy enough to pick your way through it, but Chico's finding his way to get into trouble.
Well, of course, you have to make a decision here. I'd run the ball to the middle of the table if it was me. And that's what she's doing.
Just got
That's
there.
a good shot. Just got there. Oh, that's that inside English everybody underhits. You know, guys, what you ought to do is get up there and go, I'm going to overhit this. I'm not underhitting it. And keep playing that shot until, you know what an overhit is. And then you can back off that to what you should be.
Nice
I see
big
people
stun.
make that mistake all the time on that shot. Well, this is looking pretty good for Sylvia here. This is a very natural line to roll this and get pretty straight on the 9. Yeah, well, she either hit that 7 a little thin or she didn't get enough English on it. I think she hit the 7 a little thin, but it's okay. You got your choice here. You can shoot it in the corner if you want. This is what I think she's going to do. Yeah.
That's not a bad line to get in the tent.
No, that's not bad at all. That was well done. So, gonna get Sylvia on the hill, and I think the chance of Chiku winning is going down rapidly now. He's got to win 4-1.
Oh, cue ball thought about it there.
Yeah, but I think it's a dry break anyways. Well, you got the back cut, but safety probably is wiser at this point. That's what she tries to play. That's a little tricky playing it that way. I think she didn't quite get it. This could be bad if he hits this well. Got to go behind the 4. Well, he didn't.
And that'll be a missed call.
And that's going to be a choice. So Sylvia's got the choice, and I'm sure she's probably going to shoot this. There's a lot of blockers there. She's going to thin this and use the 2-5-9 as cover. I've noticed she likes these kind of shots where she's not rolling the cue ball very far, and she blasts it. I don't get that.
Well, I think that's fairly
I'm
set.
not sure what she was doing there.
Oh, it's dead set.
Well, she got too much 1, plus she hit it too hard. I mean, it needed to be hit a lot softer. I'm not sure what she was trying there. Well, he got lucky there.
Double kiss.
Chiku got lucky because that was played the wrong way. Is he going to get lucky again? Hey, he just got lucky again. How many times can he get lucky? I don't think he's going to get lucky here. This 3-ball stuff to get on. This is one of those good lucks. I mean, you can bank the 3. Okay, he's going to bank the 2. Now he's got a chance of getting on the 3. Yeah, it was tricky.
Oh,
there too.
But look at his left Sylvia.
Yeah, well, she'll take a kick at it. Now you have to kick this with speed because if you just roll it in, you're going to be hooked. If you roll it in, the 4-8 is going to hit the 3, so you got to hit this with some speed. Make sure you get the cue ball to come to the end rail.
Looks as if she's going too wide to me. Oh no.
She didn't hit it hard enough. See, you hit that ball a little harder and it shortens up and you make the 2. Now, one thing that may have happened to her there is she was up on top of the cue ball because the 9 was in the way.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're putting top on it, it lengthens the angle out versus, like putting stun on it.
Oh, where's this cue ball finishing up here?
No place good.
How does that look? Yeah, this is well. It's a good opportunity to put that to the short rail in the top end and come back down here and hide. Well,
yep.
he's
he hit the 4 a little thick, but I think he got away with it. He still got it.
If he got it thinner, but the line is good enough.
Well, this is a pretty easy kick here. 2 rails, kick the 4 towards the long rail, stop the cue ball there. Then you got the 8, the 10, the 5.
Well,
she's kicking the other way, which is not as good a way to kick this.
Well, that's a good result. As
but
far
she
as
got on
length.
a good line. Yep. She got it going on a good line. but she didn't get a hook. So the side to side is easy here, using a 5-10-9 and side to side, long rail to long rail.
That's what he's going for. But I think the 10 ball's maybe going to come into play to get cover. No, the 9 ball does it.
Ball. Boy, if you can see the edge of that 4, it's just barely.
Oh no, I could never hit that. I could have 10 goes at that.
I think the edge is there, but it's really tight.
I could have 10 goes at that, not hit it once, but there you go. Sylvia sees it.
Yeah, she gave up the bank here. Now this bank is a little tricky. I think he's going to play safe. Yeah, he's going to play safe. I think that's probably a wise move, except for the fact that he played a crappy safe.
Well, Sylvia's on the hill. Is she going to get the job done? This is
you got to make a decision here whether you're going to try to run towards the 9 or play high. She's going to play high.
Yeah.
And I think that's a smart decision because that was guaranteed. And this is pretty natural, getting on the 8 in the side pocket. I guess you could play 8 in the corner too, although you're going to have to spin it some with right English. It's natural to come up and shoot the 8 in the side pocket. Just like that.
Got the legs, that's fine. Well, might be just running a tad wee bit more.
Yeah, but on that shot, that kind of thing's going to happen. Now, you could shoot this in the corner if you want. You got your choice on this. I think she's going to go corner. And I like that choice. See, that shows some confidence there. She's shooting a little harder shot, making sure that she gets position on the 9. That just shows confidence in being able to pot that ball.
And that's perfect. That's just going to spin into line.
It looks like Chiku is going down.
Yeah, Sylvia survives.
Yeah, well, she finished that. She finished the last couple games up really well there.
Yeah. So well done to Sylvia. She's gone through another round. Let's have a look and see where this bracket is now. Now, that match there, well, Biggs is now through, obviously, after that fun and games that we saw. Where's Sylvia in the bracket? Where is she? It's still to update, so she'll go through in a second.
You don't like to use my pull down at the top that'll find the players for you, do you?
No, no.
You like to make everybody wait for you to go around here. So Sylvia's won that. She hasn't updated yet, but she's going through there. So she'll play the winner between Larry and Hairpig.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Right.
Yeah, well, if she plays Larry, she's playing one of her buddies. And if she plays Hairpig, she's playing, I don't know. Hairpig's kind of a conundrum, I'm going to call him the Conundrum. That's his nickname, is the Conundrum.
Right, upcoming matches. The remaining matches that are scheduled are Cobra and LS3 in the one-loss side tomorrow night at that would be 2 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. British Summer Time, 11 a.m. Pacific. And then the next day, Tuesday, there is a match on at 6 p.m., which would be 1 p.m. Eastern, and that's Fast Eddie and Z Karaoke on the winner's side. And then the last match,
that should be interesting.
Well, that Shibo and Tommy match has been arranged fairly soon because it wasn't in the brackets on the schedule. But that
isn't Tommy the favorite in that one?
Tommy will be the favorite. Shibo will be in too much of a hurry, going for everything he sees.
What about Fast Eddie and Z Karaoke? Who's the favorite there?
Well, every day of the week, Fast Eddie should be winning that.
And then Cobra LS3, I guess it's going to be Cobra's the favorite in that one.
Cobra will be the favourite, but LS3's got enough sense about her and showed enough in the last tournament she's been in that she'll play sensible enough now to cause Cobra problems. But Cobra will be the favourite. But if Fast Eddie doesn't win that match against Z Karaoke, then questions have got to be asked because he's got far too much experience
Yeah, he's a pretty good player. I haven't seen him play in a while, but
and
he's a pretty good player.
a race to 17, I would put Eddie as a favourite. Do we want to look at stats?
look at Cheeky Chico, Z Karaoke. That's a good one, Cheeky. Z Karaoke.
Do we want to look at stats? I don't think the stats are going to be that interesting looking at them.
That was clever.
What do we want to look at again?
Well, I wanted to see the brake stats for Interchange X versus Fantastic Fox. That would be interesting to see.
Right, let's see. Interchange X and Fantastic. And then drop a letter and it finds his name. See, that's a trick. That's a trick I had to work out with this drop-down thing, Steve. That you put in a fair chunk of the name, but then it starts searching, and you wait for a fortnight for it to find, and then if you just delete a letter, it finds them.
That's only the internal browser does that. The external one doesn't do that.
Right now, the break stats for this match between Fantastic Mr. Fox and Interchange X. 16 breaks for Mr. Fox. Look at the balls in the break. Goodness me. 0.3.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one reason, besides the fact that he got an abnormal number of crappy racks.
Horrible racks.
He's got an icebreaker, which doesn't break as hard as the Rainbow.
The Rainbow one.
Yeah, he needs to upgrade his brake queue. That's one reason. He does have 2 runouts for the brake, which is pretty impressive given that his average balls made, and only 1 brake foul.
Yeah. So runouts and brake 2 for Mr. Fox, 1 for Interchange X. Racks high run, Mr. Fox 3. Larry was saying about Larry's not there, I bet you. What was Larry saying about the bug in the stats in 10 ball? Larry was saying something the other night there about Racks run or something.
Well, he should send it to me because here's the thing: people send me stuff like Sylvia sent me a bug in cribbage on 3 foul, which I fixed.
Larry,
I think it was Potman or somebody on the stream mentioned an 8 ball. If the time runs out or the call shot up, if the game locks up, nobody can shoot. Nobody ever reports that stuff. I fixed that last one. So
right. Well, Larry's
if you send a message to support, I'm not going to claim that everyone that's been sent I fixed, but I'll make the attempt, especially if it's an easy fix.
Larry says, compare Racks run versus Racks high run. Right, so let's look. Would you want to do that for the whole tournament? I think we'll do it for the whole tournament then. Let's go. So, Racks high run. Where are we? That's that one we want again. So, Racks high run. To what was the thing? What did Larry say there?
10 ball stats.
Hang on a minute. What did he say? He says compare Racks high run to runouts from the break. Right. Hang on. Right. So Racks high run 3, and right. So there's a whole pile of there's like 2 players and 3 Stubb and Mark Sharp.
He's saying look at 0 Racks run. So
0
sort on Racks run. Go to Racks run. Sort on Racks run.
Right. And then Racks high run.
No, just sort on Racks run.
Right, I've done that.
Yeah, but sort bottom up. Go the other way, so it's 0 first.
Right, done that.
Okay, so that's what he wants us to look at. Sort it the other way. There. Okay, so he's saying Racks high run, there's some 1s and there's some 0s in there, and I'll have to look at that and figure out what happened there.
Yeah, I've got you.
Because that doesn't make sense to me. That's definitely a bug.
Yeah. Popman's got 3 Racks high run. 3 Racks run, and his high run is like 1. But is that not? Yeah. Is that not?
That should be impossible.
Now, well, let me work this out. The other day, did you not say that Racks high run is possibly from you breaking potting the ball and running out. Your opponent breaks the next rack, he breaks dry, and you come to the table and you run out. Would that not count as 2 racks run?
Yeah, I believe it does.
And therefore, therefore, should it not be counting as your racks high run as 2?
Yeah, but you should have 2 racks run in. See, there's situations.
All right,
Racks
exactly.
run should never be less than racks high run.
Racks high run, right.
So I got to take a look at that and see what's going on.
That is correct. Now, what else do we need to look at? Anything else? Let me think. Runouts from the break. Who was at the top of those? I think there was 2. No, there's Machine is still at the top with runouts from the break, but there's more matches been played by certain players than others. Average balls made. You've got Columbus, who just lost tonight on 1.1. Vertigo Liquid 1.1.
Yeah, so Columbus broke well.
Snake Eyes is on 1. Mr. Bill's on 1. Sharky's on 1.
I'm going to tighten up the rack.
0.9,
I'm going to tighten up the rack. Maybe I'll see when I get that done. But we're going to, that number is going to go up because I'm going to tighten the rack up some.
Right, what's... right, Larry's saying it. He's talking about what we're doing, looking at that. So it does look funny when you look at it, yeah.
Oh, well, it doesn't look funny. It looks wrong.
It looks wrong.
Let's not candy coat it. It looks wrong.
Well, that's work for you to do. So anyway, I think we've about covered it for the night. Well, I've been online for 4 hours. I'm going to get my dinner and have a late night. So thanks everybody for joining us. Hopefully you can join us for the other matches to come. And thanks to Steve for joining us. And we will bid you all good night and take care.
Thanks, guys. Good night.
See you later.
Good night, ladies.
Put 'em up. Put 'em up.